So we are live. Okay, hello everybody once again to another live chat conversation, and who knows how long it'll last, who knows what we'll talk about, but I'm here for as long as, and if anybody else does join us, well, we are indeed going to be here for a while, quite potentially. So I hope everybody's okay. I hope things are doing well. And we have quite a bit to talk about in the whole G5 era, don't we? There has been some very interesting information revealed in regards to the G5 upcoming film and generally the upcoming series the following year, or at least largely what I'm going to talk about is just the film. On a side note, I am really looking forward to getting a haircut next week. I really need it. But anyway, so the G5 reveal, or at least a bit more information on some characters, and a rather interesting tidbit of information in regards to technology for the new universe. Now, as we obviously know, they are potentially hundreds of years into the future. We're now looking at Pony Society that uses smartphones. So if they have smartphones, do they have computers? If they have computers, what else do they have? Generally, I am quite looking forward to seeing what's just going to happen and how it's going to progress. I am very curious on the designs as well. The designs appear to be sort of borrowing not just from original ideas, but also potentially from some of the earlier concept art for the 2017 film. Specifically, the new Pegasus character that's just been shown off. Her wings do have a very similar design to the wings Rainbow Dash was supposed to have in the 2017 film. And hopefully that will be quite interesting to see. But I'm thinking that each Pegasus, each pony, each unicorn, whatever, is going to be inherently different based upon where they live and what they do. But I think we're looking at some potential differences. So I've got three people randomly hanging about. Who do we have? Who's watching? I'm guessing Ginger. You're here as always. Hello again to you. Also, quick shout out to Ginger. I did actually have a look at your YouTube channel earlier today. I noticed that you only have like one video, but I did find at least interesting to know that you're working on animation. So I hope the animation's going well, and I do hope to actually get to see a bit more of your animation on the YouTube channel in the months to come. But yes, I am now subscribed to your YouTube channel through my other YouTube channel. Because I have this channel, and then there's another channel which I just do random stuff on, like when I feel like it. So, yeah. But yes, I have subscribed to your channel, Ginger. We got Nosy. Nosy, hello to you. I hope you are well. I hope you are doing well. Okay. Just a heads up, Nosy, you are still set up as the administrator for this. So, you know, you've got ability if we need to block anybody. But hopefully we'll be all right. But anyway, in regards to the G5 information, I do like the designs. I do like where they're going with it. I think they're definitely heavily looking into G4 universe designs, but more enhanced. And it just didn't really work. It didn't work. Sorry, lost my track of thought there. Yeah, 1 second, Nosy. Let me, real quickly, let me just see if I can add you as a voice chat. 1 second. Let's just bring you up. I'll be 1 second, Nosy. Okay. I'm connecting you now. Answer. My kid is going to keep ringing. Whoa.
I'm ringing.
Bloody hell, that's some bad feedback. Hang on. Whoa, what's causing that? Oh, that's bad.
I don't know what that problem is personally.
Are you on your phone?
No, I'm on my webcam.
Whoa, what's causing that? That is bad feedback. Hang on.
It sounds like it's coming more from your side because I've done this before on my side and it's been perfect.
Okay. Okay. One sec. Okay. I haven't had feedback issues like this before. 2 seconds. Let's refresh this.
Is that better? Because I did have a little bit. Had a bit of replay with the video live.
1 sec. Let me just. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I haven't got any feedback now. Much better.
Yeah, brilliant.
Right. Well, thank you for joining us, Nosy. Let me just adjust that. We really need to get some proper software, like sort out Zoom at some point, so we can actually have both of us on at the same time.
Yeah, I know.
That'd be much easier.
It would.
But anyway, G5 and its potential. I think G5 has a lot of potential, a lot of upcoming possibilities. In a lot of ways, what I am putting a lot of sort of thought into at the moment is I think we could all unanimously agree that the animation for the G5 film just looks stunning. But I am somewhat worried about what the animation style will be like in the series for G5, because I know it's been more or less confirmed it's not going to be the CGI animation that the film's going to have. It's going to be more like 2D traditional animation. The question is, how will it look? Because the animation for G4 obviously did improve over the years. Especially if you look at the very first 2 episodes for G4, because that was primarily a pilot episode split into 2. There are some animation errors. There are certain parts of the episodes which aren't fully rendered out, properly animated. And then as the years went by and the episodes went by, they got better and better at the animation. So I'm generally wondering just what the animation style will be like for the series. I've no doubt the film's going to look really good based off the sort of the little character animation videos that have popped up. But I'm just more concerned about what the animation will look like for the series.
Yeah. Well, it's time will tell, I guess. I'm liking the designs so far, character designs. I'm liking the look of what is it, Pip Storm or something? The one with the mohawk.
Yeah, Pip Storm's the one with the mohawk, yeah.
Yeah, that one's kind of gaining my attention because she's supposed to kind of be, from the description I've heard, she's supposed to kind of be roughly kind of like the G5 version of Rainbow Dash, which I can kind of see with her mane, because her mane's multicolored like Rainbow Dash was. Like you were saying about the TV series, it's going to be interesting. I wouldn't mind if they went to something like what the 2017 MLP movie was, like that kind of animation where it was kind of a mixture of, it was Tradigital. It was a Tradigital method where it was a mixture of CG elements, but it was like hand-drawn digital art. So I think if Netflix went down that road and made it look a little bit like the 2017 film, it would be a winning combination, I think, and it would suit the CGI version of it, I think.
Yes, it would. I mean, I think in one way, obviously this film is going to set up the G5 universe. We all know that, but I'm hoping that it will also give us insight into what happened in between generations, if you will, because we all know what the generation was like by the end of G4. We all know how things were, and it would be interesting to see how things progressed from there. Ooh, Ginger asks, do you think Zip could possibly be a villain? Interesting. That'd be interesting. I could outright say no, but at the same time, just bringing up and hello to Zero Bunny, who's just joined. Hello. In regards to the question, Ginger, do you think Zip could possibly be a villain? Good question. It's a bit too early to really tell what the possibility of villains. I mean, obviously there will be a villain within the film. I mean, you know, Gen 4 had villains almost every, you know, finale for every season. There was a villain. The film had a villain. And so, yeah, there will be a villain. I mean, who knows? Maybe Zip might be some sort of independent character at the start who does her own thing. Not potentially a villain, but maybe more of an anti-hero. It's a good question. In just in regards to G5, I reckon we're less than a month away from the theatrical trailer, because by the end of April we'll be 5 months away from the film release, so we can't be far off an actual trailer.
No, I mean, just to kind of answer the same question Ginger said there, like, I mean, from looking at Zip, looking at the little animation GIF that went up on Instagram and all over the web, from what I can gather, because it introduces two characters, it introduces a princess character, I've forgotten her name, I apologize, and Zip. And so I'm guessing we have now got the full main cast now. So we've got, obviously, Sunny, Izzy, Hitch, apparent, so that would make 5 characters that they've announced, pony characters. To kind of respond to Ginger again, is kind of, you know, is Zip a possible villain? Personally, I wouldn't like it if they went down a Tempest Shadow kind of feel with her, because we've already had that.
Yeah.
Tempest wasn't really a villain. She was just, she was confused. She was kind of shunned by her own people because of her, essentially, a disability of having a broken horn. So obviously Zip doesn't have a broken horn or anything like that, but I don't want them to kind of emulate Tempest, even though she was a great character. I think with Zip, if she was a villain at the beginning, or he, I'm assuming it's a she or he, I'm not quite sure at the moment.
Zip is definitely female, mate. The only male character that's been confirmed is Hitch.
Right, okay.
I think with Zip, they're sort of trying to make her more like the tomboy character. Yeah. I know some people are debating whether or not she could be the first like on-screen main character in MLP who's potentially gay. Obviously, I do know. Obviously, you had Lyra and Bonbon, who are very much background characters, but they were a gay couple within G4. You had to sort of watch them in the background all the time to understand that. And then you had, obviously, Scootaloo's aunts, who were in a book that was recognised as canon, are meant to be a same-sex relationship as well. So in regards to her character, it's potential she could be the very first sort of, you know, representation, if you will, within MLP. But again, it's too early to say, really. But she is definitely the tomboy character.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it certainly comes over that way, but I wasn't quite sure. I mean, like I say, like you're saying as well, it is a bit too early to kind of find out who, or kind of get an idea of where these characters come from, their origins. I mean, this film's all about setting up their origin story, where they came from, and where the story's going to lead for the future. So, I mean, obviously, we was also told in the last, I think it was the last stream, I've forgotten the person that mentioned it, that we're also getting a 45-minute special that's going to kind of set up that's going to kind of set up things a little bit, or explain a few things a little bit more before the series starts.
Yeah, that's something that's been knocking around for a while. I actually had a conversation with somebody, but it feels like years ago now, at literally the first and only BronyCon I went to, which was obviously PonyCon UK, about 3 years ago now. As soon as conventions come back, we have to go back to that again. But anyway, I had a conversation with somebody there who did mention about some kind of prequel to Gen 5. There's, as far as I'm aware, officially there's no mention of it, but unofficially there's a rumor that there is going to be some sort of prequel to the Gen 5.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting thing. I mean, I can't see it being much longer for a trailer, like you said. I mean, I would have thought we would have had a trailer like this weekend, personally, because we've had 2 more character reveals. I don't know how much more information has been announced because I haven't really been following it. I haven't really had a chance to give a good search on it all. But I would have thought we would have been getting a trailer this month, because from this month to when it was till September, we're talking about 6 or so months. So, and that's usually about the time frame of a trailer coming out.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's a bit confusing of how it's going on. I mean, it seems more and more likely it's been pushed back to November, like your video talking about the cast leaks. I mean, possible cast leaks, should I say. So it's kind of, we don't know. I mean, is it September? Is it November? Again, we don't know. But it's kind of like the reason we're waiting and waiting and waiting for a possible idea and an outlook and who's playing these characters. We've had nothing like that concrete yet.
They are keeping it very close to the chest about who's doing the characters. Yeah, that's been really kept hushed up. As you say, we don't know for sure if the information we talked about in that video is accurate. But if it is accurate, then we already know. But potentially it's just a bit too early to guess. Ginger, what we got here? I feel like there's going to be a plot twist at some point. The movie might lead us into thinking that this, for example, is the villain, but then later on we find out the mastermind was a pony after all. Because like what Nosy just said before, maybe Twilight could be locked up and a pony was behind it, wants to run Equestria. Again, it is a really interesting theory. Ginger states that there, in regards to Twilight, a lot of people have been asking what is the potential for Twilight to return. Because obviously we've always assumed alicorns are immortal, or they just live for a very long time. And if Twilight has potentially gone missing, and if this is part of the film's story, it will be interesting to see her show up again, or at least to get an explanation as to where the main 6 are.
Yeah, it would. I mean, kind of just responding to Ginger as well on my side here. I mean, like I say, everything we're talking about at the moment is speculation, except for stuff that has actually been officially announced that everyone's seen by now. But yeah, I mean, we don't know. I mean, we can only assume Twilight is still alive during G5. We're still not too sure of the time gap. We keep mentioning this time gap thing. We just don't know how long. We don't know whether it's set about the time of where G4 ended, where it was about 20 years later or something like that by the season 9 finale, or if it's an additional 10, 20 years after the rest of the characters, except for Twilight, obviously, and Spike, have passed away, possibly. So we don't know whether there's maybe 50 years, 100 years, we just don't know. But the amount of unrest and political unrest and mistrust that, as they're suggesting with the plot, there has to have been a decent amount of time for such a big drastic change to have taken effect. And if this is still within the if G5 is still within the continuity of G4, which it supposedly is, from certain Easter eggs we've seen in stuff released so far. We just don't know whether Twilight's been imprisoned, like Ginger said, or if she's been overthrown by a corrupt pony or corrupt group of ponies or something else. It doesn't necessarily have to be a pony. It could be a different species of something else has kind of invaded or come in and caused a lot of political unrest and maybe spread a load of lies and mistruths about certain things, and it's caused a lot of mistrust. There must be something or someone or someones, it could be plural. It doesn't necessarily have to be one person to cause or be the catalyst of causing such a divide. And there would have had to have been a decent amount of time because something of this. I mean, obviously, we're looking too deep into it. It's a kids' film after all, and a kids' series. But
that's the great thing, though. You can speculate about this. I mean, even though G4 finished and ended about 2 years ago now, people are still speculating about things because, I mean, one of the things. I mean, I know this is a bit off topic because we're really talking about G5, but with G4, a couple of months after it finished, one of the head writers came forward and in an exclusive interview with Equestria Daily talked about plot lines that had never been used. For example, there was a plot line involving Zecora and the main six traveling to Zecora's homeland, and basically you're going to find out why Zecora was living in Equestria. There was going to be another plot line that was going to actually link the events of the film into the series, and it was going to bring back a lot of the characters from the film, including Tempest. They just never did anything like that because they basically couldn't get the go-ahead from the high-ups to do it. So, we can speculate a lot about G4 and G5, and I think it is good to speculate about G5 because the potential for the series and this film is quite bountiful. And if I know I might be saying, I might be overstepping a bit here to say this, but if Hasbro truly value the fan base of G4, G5 will live up to what the fan base is expecting it to be. The potential's there. It just has to be done right. I mean, there is one thing, although there's two things I can say about the Netflix release. One is that they're just playing it safe because obviously cinemas are a bit ropey at the moment and we don't fully know when they're going to reopen. At least we don't know in the UK. I believe it's late May. But at the same time, perhaps the reason it's purely on Netflix and not at the cinema is because they're sort of accepting that it wouldn't make a lot of money at the cinema, so that they're just going to release it as a Netflix exclusive.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there was a lot of problems regarding the 2017 film, weren't they? Like,
the leak. The leak was it from the German leak that basically caused a lot of box office revenue loss, didn't it?
Yeah, I think Germany was one of the first countries to get it theatrically, and that's where the source of the leak ended up coming from, and it caused a lot of issues. Yeah, I mean, it made its money back. But it didn't make much profit.
No.
So it actually did better domestically when it came out on DVD. So maybe Hasbro and E1 and Paramount, everyone that are a part of this, the production of this film and series, Netflix, etc., everyone that are a part of it, maybe they've come to a decision whether it's possibly a better idea for it to go on a service like Netflix, because I wouldn't say it's difficult to steal or somehow somebody to kind of like get hold of the film.
No, not if it's on Netflix. I mean, just to sort of briefly talk about box offices with the 2017 film. Basically, it had a budget of roughly 6.5 million, which roughly is about 3 million more than what they had for a single series.
Yeah.
And the box office revenue works out at 61 million, just over 61 million. So it did make a lot of money when you look at the budget. Let's see, is there any information on here we are, home media. Right, so I do have an estimate. Basically, this is from 2018. Hang on. So roughly, it sold 360,000 copies on Blu-ray and DVD. So if you incorporate that into, and then add on roughly another 2 years, let's say that brings it up to about 700,000. If you add that onto the revenue, then altogether the film made about 62 million. So it didn't do too badly.
No, it didn't. And the thing is, what's unfortunate as well is what was unfortunate about the My Little Pony film, 2017 film, was obviously that the leak hurt it. But what was the absolute travesty was it made records because it broke records because it was it was like the first 2D animated film to hit cinemas within about 20 years or something, 15 years. Because most of the big theatrical movies that were coming out are all CGI. And I think the last one through Disney was Princess and the Frog, which was the last one they did before they shut down their traditional animation studio and went fully CGI. So, or 3D animation, should I say. So, yeah, I mean, it broke records, but unfortunately just didn't do well because of that damn leak. But, yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's a good decision on Netflix and Hasbro's part because it would have gone up on HBO Max, but yet it seems like it's easy to get hold of all the stuff off HBO Max. I don't know what the security's like for Netflix.
Netflix. The thing with Netflix is Netflix is basically more geologically friendly, let's say, because they have the ability really to stream almost all over the world. I mean, I don't think there's many countries now that don't have Netflix access. With services like HBO Max and Hulu, they're still respectively only accessible within the United States and Canada. So that's probably why Netflix is a better option because it more or less, I think roughly it's estimated about 90% of the planet have access to Netflix. So again, it's almost a global audience, really.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably a good idea on everyone's part. I mean, going up on Netflix. I mean, like you said, I mean, apparently this film is coming out like worldwide. It's getting a worldwide release. I don't know if it's a simultaneous release. I heard that it could possibly be simultaneous. So it's going up on the same day everywhere.
I had the same thing.
I know that China's not getting it though, so it's everywhere but China apparently. Don't know why, but I'm guessing it's not on their summer block. Because obviously with China, the way that works is that I think they only get so many films per year from America or wherever else. And unfortunately, any fans in China won't be getting it unless they get it domestically.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know about China because I think China has Netflix access. I mean, the funny thing with China is, putting politics aside, China is a huge box office market for the cinema industry. Hollywood sink a lot of money into China, especially when it comes to film releases, because you got to think China's literally China's the world's biggest population in one country. There's over 1 billion, something like 1.3 billion people living in China. Like Beijing's their capital, Beijing. It's the population of Beijing is something like 10 times the size of what London's is. London has a population, I believe, of it's around about 3 million, something like that. But Beijing has a population of, I think, somewhere in the grounds of 100 million people.
Mm.
And it's that big. It's split up into different sections and things. It's huge. That sort of thing. I mean, I think let's just try and confirm this here. So let's just see. Is Netflix available in China? Let's have a look. No, it's not available in China.
Yeah.
There's only literally 1, 2, 3, 4 countries it's not available in. One is China, the other is the Crimea, the third is North Korea, and the fourth is Syria. When it comes to Syria, well, let's not to be blunt, but the country's been a war-torn country for almost 6 years now. It's basically all-out war in that country, so that sort of makes sense why it can't be there. North Korea literally is the last bastion on the planet which is still living in 1950. So they literally have access to almost nothing on the internet, on the World Wide Web, outside of North Korea's own intranet. The Crimea is a really complicated place politically, and so is China. So yeah, it's literally 4 countries on the planet do not have Netflix. So yeah, statistically then 99.99% of the planet have access to Netflix.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I think with China, I think they kind of control a little bit, like they kind of control what
the government has a very heavy hand in what people watch, basically. I do know that obviously in China is probably, out of all the countries that have very heavy-handed government, shall we say, China probably has the most VPN users. There's more active VPNs in China than anywhere else. So it wouldn't surprise me if people do watch Netflix in China, but it's through a VPN that's bouncing them through a 20 different countries or something. But it is always really weird how China is very heavy-handed in controlling the narrative when it comes to films and TV. Yeah, China's wealth is directly because of the Western world. We literally get, and a lot of our products are through China.
True.
And that's because it's bloody cheap to make things in China, and so it's sort of really odd. But we could be here all night talking about politics, mate. But let's try and stick to what the channel's about. Unless we want to talk about politics in Equestria, because in a lot of ways, let's be blunt here, people. As far as we're aware, G4 Equestria did not have any form of democracy, as far as we are aware. Their whole society was basically ruled at one point by one single pony, and then later on by 2 when Luna came back from imprisonment in the moon. So Equestria, we have no idea how big its population is, but it's basically controlled really by 2 ponies from one capital city. We are not aware of any other type of government within the G4 Equestria. But potentially G5 may well have some form of government, or at least separate governments for each tribe. Now that's something worth talking about.
Yeah, it is. I mean, anything else we can talk about that was announced?
let me zip over to Equestria Daily real quick and let's have a look. Because they tend to get updates on G5 almost every other week now. They're sort of at a point where I think we'll be getting announcements for the trailer very soon.
I mean, if the release date is definitely going to still be the September, then I assume a trailer should hopefully get announced or released.
I mean, there is the only thing that's come up literally today, about 5 or 6 hours ago now. There's just like a new screenshot sort of thing showing Zip and Pip. It does more or less confirm that Pip's wings are almost smaller and fluffier, whereas Zip's wings are much longer. So I think we could almost say out of the two, Zip's definitely the fast flyer. I mean, we could, for all we know, Pip could be a bit like Fluttershy, not exactly a very strong flyer. So it might be why their wing designs are completely different. Or it might be that, we're potentially looking at maybe two different types of Pegasi, maybe from a different mother or a different father. But ultimately, they're definitely different in character. Also, just to say, sorry about the whole zoom problem with my camera. The focus is knocked off again, and I can't alter it while I'm doing a YouTube stream, so it'll zoom in and out all the time until I can sort it out.
Cool. Anybody in the chat want to add anything?
Yeah. Please, if you're watching and you're in the chat, put a comment up. Ask a question. We're here really for as long as really. I mean, it's a Saturday, so it's not like we've got anything to do tomorrow. Back at work on Monday, hurrah! So come end of April, finally we'll be back on full pay. So that's going to be great. But yeah. Anybody's got any questions, pop them in the comment box and we will discuss. On a separate note, Nosy, I am currently, while we're doing this, I'm trying to look into, basically I'm trying to find out how to get the both of us into a live stream on here, but with both of us on camera, like, me here, you at your place. It's not going to work with Zoom. The annoying thing with Zoom is, from what I can tell, to do a YouTube stream, you have to basically have a paid-for account. And that ain't cheap. So I don't think Zoom's really in the question at the moment. But I'm sure we'll think of something. We'll try and sort something out.
Yeah, apparently there is some... there are some options. There's lots of options. It's just trying to find them, because it's just so many options that do the same thing. It's just finding one that doesn't, charge much, but it's free. Even better. Zero Bunny would be interesting to see the type of government that G5 has, and how the internet works. Since smartphones are a thing, the internet must be very restrictive for the free tribes. Yeah,
good point. That is actually a really good point to make there, Bunny. The thing is, as mentioned, the basically the confirmation that technology is now a thing, or at least computer technology is a thing in Equestria, does bring up the question of the internet. In fact, I never even thought about that, so that's a good point to make. I imagine if there is internet, I don't think it would be like the internet we have. It might be an earlier version of it. Maybe perhaps think how the internet was in the 90s. It was quite basic. There wasn't a lot to it. If there is a form of internet, then Zero Bunny could well be right. We could be looking at separate restrictive access for each tribe, because I think it's probably safe to say that each tribe doesn't trust the other, so there is definitely going to be a lack of communication. But yeah, I never actually really gave it any thought into the concept of the internet being a thing in G5. So that opens up a lot of possibilities. For example, what if on the internet in the G5 universe, what if there is like an online archive to the G4 main six, like all the things they did together, all the stuff they accomplished? You know, there could be an actual history available to the characters, because as we all know, that the main six are definitely in some way in the G5 universe. We just don't know how. You know, we know there were figurines of them, there are posters of their cutie marks. There's even posters for, like, we've seen at least one poster featuring Celestia's cutie mark. So the main six, along with the co-rulers of Luna and Celestia, are definitely a thing in G5. The question has to be is, are they historically talked about? Are they a mythology now? Or as has been suggested, are they fictional characters in G5 from a TV show or a radio show? You know, there's a lot of questions over their involvement in G5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be honest,
imagine the MLP dark web. Oh, oh, Zero Buddy, that is a good question. Oh God, My Little Pony dark web. Oh, that would be quite interesting. I suppose that would be where, you know, you go to meet up if you're a unicorn wanting to meet an earth pony. You do it on the dark web. Oh, now that is a good thing. That is that is good. I like that. That's good. Oh, that just has got so many things in my head. Yeah, there could be like secret chats hidden away where you know, unicorns, earth ponies, and Pegasi secretly talk. Oh, that's an interesting. Let's hope Discord doesn't get access to it. Good point, Ginger. I mean, you know what? Speaking of Discord, did anybody think Discord's going to show up in G5? Because essentially, Discord is eternal. He's effectively a god, so he could potentially show up. Because realistically, there's no reason why he can't.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, we just don't know. I mean, there has to, if it is still within the continuity of G4, as we have been led to believe it is, there has to be anchoring points. We discussed this in the last stream about anchoring points. There has to be a character or characters that can be kind of an anchoring point to what happened with the last generation of the MLP, French's Magic. So that could either, depending on how many years it's been, it could either be Spike, it could be Cadence and Cadence's daughter, it could be her, it could be even Twilight herself. We just don't know. I mean, there has to be, or even Discord, like you said. I mean, by rights, even Celestia and Luna, I would have thought would still be alive.
Realistically, yeah.
So there's so many characters that they could possibly bring back to kind of help with the storytelling, you know, because from what we can gather is it looks like Sunny, you know, with the whole diary thing, people are starting to assume or speculate, is it Twilight's journal, or is it just an old book she's found in a library, or is it a storybook, or is it a diary, her own personal diary, Sunny's personal diary, where she's kind of writing about her experiences, her adventures, and she's kind of, I mentioned this before, you know, possibly like, you know, the way the movie starts, maybe she's older and she's got her own kids, or she's talking to younger ponies, and she's kind of like, oh no, tell us a story, and she's kind of telling them a story about her younger self. You know, we don't know. It could be like that, or it could be something where maybe she's found some texts that was once Twilight's, or oh, who's the guy that, I forgot his name. I forgot his name now, it doesn't matter. But, you know, you don't know. It could be maybe something Twilight had in her library, and she's somehow come into ownership of it, and she's reading through it of the times where friendship was everywhere and the world was not what it seems or not what it's like in their present time. So, we don't know. It's going to be interesting. I mean, like even with Zero Bunny talking about the internet there, it's kind of having smartphones, technology. I mean, it's going to be interesting because the way the plot kind of goes into it, that, the way the plot kind of, what we're being led to believe with the plot is that friendship is magic. Magic is no more. Even though we still have Pegasi, still have those. We don't know whether there is still a little bit of magic because we now know cutie marks are still there. Because the new images of Zip and the two new characters that was announced as of yesterday, one of them you can definitely see a little cutie mark on their flanks. So cutie marks are still there. So the whole there is still magic there, but obviously it's possibly not being practiced as much as it used to be. So the dependence of like with friendship is magic, that they're depending on magic for everything.
Yeah.
Bringing up the sun, making the day, the night.
Yeah, with the exception of Ponyville.
Seasons.
Yeah.
Everything depended on the magic side. So with the magic no longer being used or needed or being outlawed, if you want to call it that, with this new civilization within G5, then in order to kind of message people, in order for society to go forward, there kind of has to be some sort of alternative. And the only alternative is either writing letters, but using an actual like a DEPI, like a postal, like they did in G4, or technology. So it's going to be interesting of how this is going to be brought forward. And in order for technology to be widespread, or at least used by certain few, there would have to have been a decent time jump. Because to invent that stuff and initiate it and make it widespread across Equestria, it's going to take time. It's going to take time for something like that to be established.
I just want to quickly mention Ginger Puzz. I think they may get their cutie marks in the end when they bring back magic theory. That is a theory that is, as you can probably imagine, is floating around a lot at the moment, Ginger. I think it's safe to say that the main characters and perhaps all the ponies in G5 film won't have cutie marks because the quotation magic of friendship has disappeared. Obviously, there's a lot more to cutie marks than the power of friendship in Equestria. We all know that. It's linked into deep magics and ponies' personalities and true natures and all that stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if their cutie marks, they earn them some point in the film, and upon doing that, the magic of the world returns. So that is a good theory. I just wanted to quickly ask any of our watchers here, has anybody managed to get a hold of any of these Bishoujo figures? These sort of Japanese exclusive figures for the main six that have been released? Just out of interest. Because I've got two on pre-order. I've got Luna and Sunset on pre-order. Ian Landers says, I think there will be some magic left since Pip is flying. That is a good point to make, actually. And there would have to be some magic for Pegasi to fly. So, yeah, that is a good point. Perhaps the magic in the world is weaker. Maybe at a level where only basic things like Pegasi flight work. We obviously don't know if unicorns still wield magic. Although I know there's a theory that tennis ball on Izzy's head is actually some sort of magic suppressor. So, who knows? We'll know eventually. We'll probably have a far better idea when the trailer comes out, hopefully in the next month. But, yeah, you've got a good point there. There may well be some magic left over, which, as you say, allows Pegasi to fly. And I would assume allows them to walk on clouds. Because obviously, as we all know, the Pegasi could walk on clouds, which was a natural embedded magic. So, yes, there must be some magic left.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, like just to kind of answer Ginger again, just kind of like Cutie Mark thing. I mean, yeah, I mean that whole theory about Cutie Marks in the end, getting them in the end. I mean that is possible. That is plausible. Where at the beginning, like Sunny, maybe she doesn't have a Cutie Mark yet. Maybe she is a blank flank. So maybe she doesn't have it, and maybe whoever she meets first, that pony doesn't have one either. So maybe it's kind of at the end of the film, or near the end of the film, they discover magic and they whatever change they try and that they manage to accomplish by the end of the movie. Yeah, we don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how the whole Cutie Mark thing's still going to work. And like Ian just said there about that, obviously Pip, she's flying, so there must still there will be magic, but I'm kind of wondering if the magic is only kind of restricted to certain types. Maybe, I don't know, guards, royal guards, people of in authority. I don't know. Maybe it's only certain types, or maybe a certain tribe, or I mean, you know what I mean? Maybe only certain ones that are actually still allowed to use the magic, but the rest are banned from using the magic. You just don't know how it's going to be, because we're kind of all we've got to go on, as we've already mentioned many times, is it's political unrest between the tribes. Is the political unrest caused by the magic not being able to be used? Or some sort of values between the tribes? We just don't know yet. We just don't know. It's
yeah, that's a good point, Ginger. I like that. Ginger says maybe the whole plot follows the main cast getting their Cutie Marks one by one, except for Sunny, and she gets hers eventually in the final battle to finish off the enemy with friendship or something. Yeah, potentially. I mean, in a lot of ways, that would sort of make sense for the film. It would pace the film, and as well, it would probably allow the other characters to sort of understand the meaning of the Cutie Marks. Obviously, we don't know how long the film's going to be, but I'm going to guess at least 2 hours. So if it's paced well over 2 hours, then yeah, potentially we could look at the characters slowly earning a Cutie Mark, and then eventually all coming together and the magic of the world returning and everybody linking back up together as one tribe, if you will. So yeah, it is a potential. It is potential that could happen. Again, it would also make sense because it would pace the film really well. I mean, the whole question of Cutie Marks in G5 is interesting though, because we're sort of going on the assumption that they don't have them anymore. So if they don't have them anymore, the real question is, do they know about them? Is there some historical text that talks about Cutie Marks and what they represented? Or is the new Fractured Equestria happier without them? I mean, it's an interesting thing. I think that's the whole point of G5. I think with subtle changes, it's going to become something much deeper. And I generally think, again, we'll know more hopefully sometime in the next 4 weeks, but hopefully it's going to have a connection to G4. Hopefully. But yeah, good point to make, Ginger. We could well be looking at a Cutie Mark reveal pace throughout the film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. Or could be something as simple as at the beginning, Sunny goes on her. It's obviously Sunny is obviously the main character. Like Twilight was the main character for Gen 4, but obviously the rest of them became the main 6. But obviously the primary focus is on Sunny, so she must be the primary character. So it's kind of like at the beginning of the movie, maybe she kind of, I don't know, it starts off, so she starts off on her journey, maybe on her own at first, and then she meets all these other types, like Pegasi or whatever, and like, what's that on your back? What's that on your flank? Oh, it's a cutie mark. Don't you have one? She maybe finds out that way, and then it's kind of something as innocent as that. I don't know. And Ian's come back as well saying about cutie marks. I noticed that in the screenshot from yesterday, Pip doesn't appear to have one, but she does have one in today's screenshot. Yeah, it seems, what's interesting with that is it seems they're trying to obscure, in certain images it's obscuring a possible cutie mark, and then in the others it's kind of, they're fully out there.
Do you think it's possible that they do have their cutie marks, they just happen to have edited them out to purposely, just to sort of give people the belief that they don't have them and they earn them later on? Although at the same time, it wouldn't make a lot of sense if you think about it. Like, why hide something that's been revealed already through these plushes that have been shown? I think it's more likely that they don't have them at some point at the early start of the film than later on they earn them. I think that might be a more realistic scenario.
Yeah, we don't know whereabouts these screenshots have come from. We don't know whether these are just produced screenshots or produced pieces of animation just for the advertisement and just for the getting the film out there kind of thing, or if these have definitely been taken from certain scenes of the movie. We just don't know yet. Most likely they have certainly been taken from certain parts of the film or whatever's completed in order for them to take it from. So it's kind of it is kind of interesting that maybe it is something as simple as at the beginning none of them have a cutie mark, and maybe at some point as the movie goes on, like we've already said, one by one they earn theirs, and they discover magic, Frenchman's magic, and they discover the legend of what was Twilight Sparkle and her friends and things of that nature. And I don't know, or maybe they meet a character that is a magic user. Maybe they meet a character in the woods or somewhere that understands magic and informs them on such things as cutie marks and the past. You don't know.
What if it was like, say, for example, a character who was similar to Zecora, so almost like a mystic? That would be, again, as you say, Nosy, that would be a similar thing. We could be looking at a character who has knowledge, and then they preserve the knowledge, and then they pass it on to the main characters. Again, it's another interesting point to make.
It is. I mean, to be honest, it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I understand, like, again, going back to the last stream, I can remember that somebody mentioned in the chat that they didn't want it to be too familiar or too samey, just for the sake of it being the continuity of G4 and the same continuity as G4. I do understand and I do agree with that we don't really need to have too many Easter eggs or too much reference. It's fine to have a little bit of reference, maybe one or two characters that are still alive come into it. That would be fine. But we don't want it to be kind of a direct copy of what G4 was. G4 was G4. G4 was special in certain ways, and it had its faults, and it had its faults, and it had what great stuff going for it at the same time. And it was a breath of fresh air when it came to animation, storytelling, and it was kind of, it was a staple in its own right, and it deserves to kind of be remembered as such. And I kind of feel that G5 needs to be a new chapter, a whole new thing, and they need to kind of, I don't mind a few references and maybe the odd character coming into it that was in G4 as like an informant or just just kind of just still alive in the world, that's fine for me. But it's nice to have a little bit of a reference, but I want it to be its own thing. I want these characters to come over original. I don't want them to be complete copies, like Pip, for instance, being a direct copy of Rainbow Dash, or Sunny kind of being a direct copy of Twilight, for example. You know, we don't want them to be direct, like too recognizable as what, you know, as alter egos, if you will.
Yeah. Just want to quickly note here. Ginger's posted another theory. I do actually quite like your theories, Ginger. You have good theories. I think Izzy started the adventure because she wants to get her cutie mark. She befriends Sunny, and then they get kicked out of town because Izzy's a unicorn, and then they get captured by Pip. They think they will get arrested, but were released because Pip also wants to go on an adventure to find her cutie mark, and maybe Zip reports this to villains and goes after them. Again, that is a good theory. Obviously, that does connect well anyways, because we do know that obviously Izzy and Sunny meet each other, befriend each other, and then, you know, get kicked out, and because of the fact, you know, Izzy's a unicorn. So we know that much. So we could well be looking at a potential gathering of characters all connected through one unified goal. But I think with Zip, I know we've already got one screenshot of her, but potentially we could be right. She might well be. Maybe she's following the main group secretly, and she has her own agenda. We just don't have enough information. We can speculate all night if we wanted to, but we just sadly don't have enough information to go with. Thanks for liking my theories. You're welcome, Ginger. I mean it when I say it as well. I do like your theories. You're a good theory person, and it's always good to have a good theory. But yes, I think cutie marks, will have a big part of the film, and potentially maybe link them all together. I know there's a theory that no doubt everybody's seen that screenshot with Sunny where she's like reading that book. I know there's theories that might be Twilight's friendship journal or a copy of it. So again, cutie marks come into it in that way as well.
Yep. I mean, like I said, just kind of reply to what Ginger said in that theory there. It's like or add to it, if you will. I mean, what about Hitch? I mean, what I kind of find interesting about Hitch is fantastic that obviously it's a male main character that is part of the main roster of characters. But what if Hitch originally was sent to track them down? Because it kind of makes me wonder as if Hitch it kind of looks a little bit like a Royal Guard.
Yeah, it does a bit, yeah.
Because if you remember from one of the first screenshots we got, which was with Izzy and Sunny, and there was two Royal Guards between either side of them, they kind of look like pretty much similar to Hitch. I mean, I don't think Hitch was in that shot, but it makes me kind of wonder what makes me think that is. Just want to kind of make it clear for people that are probably a bit confused. But it kind of makes me wonder is that most of the main characters are female. At least we can gather that obviously they all are female. And it seems a little bit odd, not necessarily odd in a way, but it seems a bit strange that with most of the main characters for G5 or for the movie and whatever are all female, and there's just this one male. It kind of makes me wonder as if he's been sent on like a reconnaissance thing. Maybe he's got a mission to go and find Sunny and Izzy, that they found out there's something going on to keep an eye on them. And over their time and him keeping an eye on them, he ends up respecting them and helping them out in the end. And he ends up kind of detracting away from his original mission or his objective. Or it could be Pip, and a lot of people are saying about Pip, where she seems to kind of could be that as well. But I just think Hitch for me, something just screams Hitch. It's just kind of whether Hitch is somehow related to Sonny because of.
Well, I know there's a theory. There is a theory that he might be related to her.
That's a possibility. Yeah, there's a possibility that Hitch could be related to Sonny or whatever. But it just kind of makes me wonder: is that could Hitch be the pony that is sent? Is kind of sent to kind of track them down, or to kind of originally to kind of keep an eye on them for whoever is the main bad guy. And he ends up just respecting them in the end and going along on their journey. Or is it Pip that is similar to that, where Pip is sent to keep an eye on them and, vice versa? It could be either.
Yeah, true. I mean, as Ginger stated, what if Hitch is a resistance leader, meets and ends up meeting Sonny of her friends, or maybe he ends up being a traitor? I mean, the idea of a resistance is interesting. I mean, you could argue we wouldn't exactly be looking at like a resistance in wartime, but perhaps a resistance that is sort of either accumulating knowledge or potentially fighting for unification. It's. I mean, good theory again. I mean, it's potential. I mean, stating he could end up being a traitor. Potentially, I think at least one of these characters might have their own agenda. And so again, balancing itself, there's so many potential options. But the idea of ponies potentially having a secret underground resistance that is potentially, I don't know, trying to unify Equestria is interesting. I mean, we as of yet do not know if there's any leadership in G5 universe. I'm assuming there is because of that one shot, that screenshot that clearly shows what appeared to be two royal guards. So there has to be some form of leadership.
Yeah, true. I mean, like I said, this is all just theories and speculations. That's all we can really do at the moment. It's fun to do these theories and speculations and kind of go to dreamland, if you will, for a little bit. I mean, to be honest, I'm just fascinated by how this is going to pan out. I'm just hoping the end result is good. I'm hoping they do. Even like I said a moment ago about kind of keeping G4, respect it for what it was and for how good it was and what great stuff came from it in the end, like the whole community, the fan base, and creative people and musicians and artists, etc. And a lot of good come from that, and it needs to be respected as such. But even me saying that, it's kind of I've lost some train of thought now. But no, it's just kind of. It's just going to be kind of interesting, really. I mean, like you said about Hitch saying about resistance leaders, you just don't know. I mean, like I say, it could be the older brother, or it could be a cousin to Sonny, or whatever. I don't know. We just don't know. I mean, I just don't know why they've been so secretive on releasing who's voicing the characters. This has kind of been a bit unprecedented before when it comes to a project, because usually the voicing's done literally after the script and screenplay has been done. Because literally the first things that I worked on when it comes to a movie project is the script.
Yes, yeah.
Then when it comes to animation for anything, there's a storyboarding going on or screenplay. And that all process. And then once that's done, they get the voice actors in. They get the actors in to voice the roles. And then they take their voices, and that's how they get it to kind of meet the flaps on the polished, finished product. So it's kind of, that is usually one of the first steps of making an animated movie, is the acting side of it. And then the rest of the finalization of the music and everything else, and the animation and everything all comes later. So it kind of makes me wonder: are they still recording this, or have they had a few setbacks and they just haven't said anything? I mean, one of the setbacks would have been this whole situation going on at the moment where a lot of projects were kind of put on hold a little bit. Because people were having to work from home, a lot of artists had to work from home, and voice actors and actors had to work from home because they couldn't go into their studio or whatever. So we just don't know what the reason is, but it's a little bit strange because usually you find out the cast of something long before you even get a trailer.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
I just find it really strange as to why it's being treated like this. I mean, I'm just interested. If you know, I'm just interested. I mean, I can understand the trailer while we're waiting on the trailer because they're probably still working on the CGI, polishing it and that.
Well, yeah, that's probably no doubt true. I just hopefully we'll be getting. I just hope we get something soon because I want to know more than from what we already know because we just don't know much, and I'm hoping that we'll get to know more soon, and then we can really dig into it all and get a better idea of what we're looking at film-wise.
Yeah, true. No, we just don't know yet. Just don't know yet. I mean, it just seems strange. It just seems really strange to me with how it's been handled, of how secretive it is. And maybe it's a precautional thing. Maybe they've kind of been more secretive because of the result of the leak with the 2017 film.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe that's why they're doing it like this, is to try and deliberately make it more. Maybe if something was leaked, then it'll probably be a little bit easy for them to track it down. I don't know. It seems strange. It's just like all I can think of is the reason why it's been so secretive and kind of been treated in the way that it has. Like even the cast. I mean, they're literally they're releasing it in small little snippets, like every month or so, and I think they're doing it on purpose. I think it's a purposely done thing, doing it like that because maybe it's the way they're handling it. Maybe it could be Netflix. I don't know. We don't know who's in charge of distributing obviously Hasbro will be ultimately in charge of distributing the information. But there's also E1 and Netflix involved in this, so it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just, I just find it strange because it is quite unprecedented with how it's been handled, but it could be as a result of the leak, the leak that happened in the German leak for the film in 2017.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they could well be playing it close to the chest just to make sure they don't have any future issues. The real question I also feel like is worth asking here: will it have a DVD release? I hope it does because it'd be good to add it to the collection.
It will do because the thing is a lot of stuff that went up on Netflix. I know this is different to ponies and all, but a lot of the Netflix original anime series. Originally, when a lot of the anime went up, a lot of the original anime went up on Netflix. There was a lot of very unknown information at the time. People saying, "Oh, if I like it, will I be able to purchase this as a physical thing, or do I have to just keep watching it on Netflix?" Most of all of it has now been released on DVD or is going to be released in the near future. So I can't see them keeping it just as a Netflix only because they still make money on domestic releases. So it's on a release that's released domestically. So in order to kind of make money back, you just don't. I mean, obviously, it's going to do pretty well with it being on Netflix. It's going to get a lot of people's attention. I think it's a good decision on Hasbro's part and E1's part to form an alliance with Netflix. I think it's a good service for them to do this because it's literally everywhere except for like 4 countries. So yeah, I mean, it makes it easy for distribution or streaming anywhere, just to stream it. There's no restrictions because like most movies released this year is on HBO Max, and not everywhere has HBO Max. I think it's only America only. So services like Amazon Prime and Netflix, they're both perfect services to release this film. Well, the perfect thing with Netflix is you don't pay like with Amazon Prime and with Disney Plus. If a new film that has been released, like a brand new film, you have to pay extra to watch it. The perfect thing with Netflix is it just goes up on Netflix and you don't have to pay any extra. So I think that's a very smart move. That's going to attract a lot more attention because, you know, we don't have to pay to watch this. We're already paying for the service, but we don't have to pay anything extra like a premiere fee, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Or an early access fee or whatever. But no, I'm kind of, I'm just kind of interested. I mean, I think just kind of going back onto your question, it will definitely get a domestic release. I mean, I don't know how long it'll be because usually it would have to be at least 3 or 4 months for it to be on there before they decide to actually release it domestically. But I think they definitely will because most of the animated stuff that is on Netflix has been given a domestic or physical release, or is due to get a physical release within the next year or 2. Ginger's come back. There are also pirated DVDs getting sold in other countries, like in my hometown, for example. Maybe not original HD, but it can exist. Mostly in poor countries. Yeah, unfortunately, you do get what you call pirated copies. I mean, that happens here. There's a lot of people that do pirated stuff, getting them off of torrent sites and everything, and getting them off of them and kind of distributing them all over the internet and everything. It happens here, it happens everywhere. So, but personally, I don't want to get an illegal pirated one. I want to get it properly so that my money's going to the people that made it.
Yeah,
I want to support this movie. I want more My Little Pony stuff for the future. So I want to support the official release. And the only way you're going to do that, yes, unfortunately, you can't go to the cinema and pay your money to see it on the big screen at the moment, but you can. Obviously, it's going up on Netflix, so I don't know how it's going to work with that. But once it comes out on physical release, that money will definitely will help out. I mean, I don't know how it's going to work with, because like I said a moment ago, with Netflix, for example, it's kind of, with Netflix, obviously, it just goes up and you can just view it. You don't pay an additional thing. So I don't necessarily know how this is going to work. I don't know how they're going to earn the money back, whether they get a slight revenue of I don't know. I don't know if they get a little bit of a revenue for how much the Netflix generates. I don't know how it works. But they're definitely going to have to do a domestic release in order to make the money back or make the money up.
Yeah, agreeing with Ginger, we must support Hasbro for more MLP content. Yes, definitely.
Yep, definitely do.
Hell, I'd probably support Hasbro more if they actually treated the UK respectfully and actually treated us like an actual, proper market. Because, when it comes to Hasbro products, the UK doesn't get a very good deal. We don't get that much from Hasbro. I mean, Transformers, for example, the Transformers line, most of the Transformers line we don't get here. We tend to get maybe the first wave of a new Transformer line, and that's it. We don't get much in that way. So, you know, the UK is a bit of a raw deal with Hasbro. They don't see us as a viable market for some weird reason.
No, because we're a small country, that's why. We're a smaller country, we don't have as many stores. And compared to, say, even America, Sam, even America, there's a few states and certain areas in America that get less stuff than others do. It's just, I think it's more down to Hasbro's distribution. It's just a very bad distribution. I mean, we are getting Hasbro Pulse now in the UK.
Yeah.
So that will enable us to get some interesting stuff and hopefully get it online or whatever from them. But the only problem is you pay premium prices through it. So you're best just going through alternative websites like Kapow or In Demand Toys or Big I don't know, whoever it is. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of interesting stuff. Like they just released that new big Unicron, and on Hasbro Pulse, I think it is, or Big Bad Toy Store in America, it's shot up from about $600 or so, $600 or so, and now they're charging over £1,000, nearly 2,000 quid for it. And people are like, wait a minute. It was initially on pre-order for just £600 or 700 quid, and now they're asking for over £1,000 for $1,000 for it. So it's kind of, you've got to be careful because they're adding premium rates onto things.
So it's the issue with most of it.
But yeah, I mean, you know, you have to support them. You have to support the official releases for everything that you enjoy. I mean, when it comes to anime, I don't know if anybody in the chat, I know this is a little bit different, but I don't know if anyone in the chat is a fan of anime at all. But to support anime, buy Blu-ray sets, please. If you buy the Blu-ray sets, money goes to the creator and to the animation production company. If you buy the DVD box sets, they get nothing.
Yeah, so, that's true. They're only just starting to actually really, we could say, mass-produce DVD Blu-ray box sets for anime. It is still quite largely DVD standard.
Yeah, I mean, anime on DVD box sets or DVD is much more. Yeah, there's more of it on DVD than there is Blu-ray. I mean, sites like All the Anime and things of that nature, or All the Anime, almost everything they're releasing is on Blu-ray now. There's very little DVD. Everything's Blu-ray with them at the moment. So they're kind of, All the Anime, they're kind of a company that is kind of a pioneer. Kind of a bit of a pioneer with the future and hopefully helping to support the people behind.
Ginger is an Attack on Titan fan. Awesome.
Yeah,
I really need to catch up with that series. I'm a bit behind on that series at the moment. But yeah, great series.
I started season 2. I think I've watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes of season 2 of that, and I need to carry on because I think, is it season 4? Is it the final season? Season 4?
It's literally just finished. I mean, I'm behind, but yeah, it has literally just finished.
Yeah. I need to watch me some more of that. I like my gory crap. Especially the first episode of season 2. Oh, okay. Not for the squeamish. Let's just put it that way. Right, yeah. Season 4, part 1 and part 2 finale. Yes, but if you want more of the good stuff, people, you have to pay for it. That is just how things work, unfortunately. I don't agree. I mean, I'm kind of happy that a lot of these pirate, like, a lot of these like websites, like the old websites where you could watch anime on them, that weren't actually, you know, they were kind of copyright issues with them, and there's all these different websites like Kiss Anime or Kiss Cartoons or whatever, and all those different ones. And yeah, you go on those. I mean, it's not just anime on those either. I mean, Kiss Cartoons, it did all sorts. It did, you know, everything. But no royalties was going to the people that made them.
No. I still find it amusing, as you're saying, Ozzy, how they shut all those places down about a year ago, didn't they? And to basically encourage people to start using the official stuff like Crunchyroll and Funimation. And it really amuses me the amount of people who still openly ask on like Facebook groups, anybody know anywhere where I can watch this show for free? And people are like, mate, it's like £5 a month for Crunchyroll. Just pay it. Just get an account. It's a £5. And, you know, there's always people who will try and avoid it and just say, oh, well, you know, is there any way I can just watch it for free? Well, no, not really. They've shut them all down. You know, so just pay your £5 a month. It's easy. It's only a £5. You know, just pay it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the problem. I mean, there's so many services now. I mean, you got American-only services that obviously we don't have them in the UK. You know, you got like Toonami. You've got all sorts of different ones in America. But then you've got Crunchyroll. You've got Funimation now. You've got there's another one as well. There's another one that's in America. That's another anime one. I forgot what to call it. But what I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, it doesn't cost anything to get some of these services, but the thing is, though, you got to be careful because some people don't use Crunchyroll anymore because apparently it's been found out that Crunchyroll take practically almost about good 90% of the profits. So very little actually goes to the creators and to the people behind them. So, really, even though it is a better alternative, you best go and buy someone else. Because I've been hearing a lot of things about Crunchyroll. I don't know how true it is, but I've been hearing that they do take a hell of a lot more money than they should, and you know, they take a good chunk of it. But anyway, let's get away from that. That's going to be on a tangent. So, ponies. I don't know. What do you want to talk about ponies? I don't know what we could talk about.
I'm generally hoping that Equestria Girls makes a comeback because they've never really finished Equestria Girls. And as Ginger # support G5, yeah, all the way, mate, all the way for that. Support it.
Definitely.
But you know, as I say, with Equestria Girls, I'm really hoping it makes a comeback because it's unfinished, really. I really think there should have been one more, you know, film because, you know, they're not really films, the Equestria Girls films. They're more like feature-length episodes. You know, they sort of just rate as official films because they're roughly 1 hour 25. I believe that way it works, if a film is basically 1 hour 20, it's classed as a theatrical film. Largely because if you add on like 20 minutes of adverts, that brings it up to 1 hour and 40. But technically anything that's 1 hour 20 or over is classed as a film, not a feature-length episode. A feature-length episode is anything that's 45 minutes to an hour. Release the Sunset Shimmer film. Yeah, 100% Ginger. I want to see that Sunset Shimmer finale that I talked about in that video the other week, where we were going to get to see what was happening with her human counterpart in the Equestria Girls universe at Canterlot High. Yes, I want to see that. As I say, it's just sort of irritating because the Equestria Girls world, if you will, just stopped. Like they did the second season of the YouTube shorts and then it just ended. And there's never been a final film or a final series. And You know, they've done some sort of feature-length specials where they've tied it into the film, or they've tied it into other things, or they've made it canon to the series. But we've never got to see a final film. So yeah, 100% hashtag release the Sunset Shimmer film special for Equestria Girls. Yeah. Maybe I think the contract has ended. And Nosy, I think you know, hasn't it got something to do with the contract ending as to why Equestria Girls has basically stopped?
Well, I don't know about Equestria Girls. Just all I know is with Equestria Girls is that it moved production companies. It moved from DHX Media to Boulder Media. And apparently there was Boulder Media did that special 45-minute special that they did for the pony side, which was is it Rainbow Friendship or something?
Yes, Rainbow Friendship.
So Boulder Media was a part of that. They produced that, and they also were supposedly supposed to be producing season 3 of the web series. But season 3 of the web series, no, it's just kind of gone quiet on it. But all I can think of is mostly, I think we can only speculate the contract's gone with Shout Factory, because Shout Factory was the main distributor that Hasbro was kind of partnered with or had a contract with, that released the box sets for Finn and also the Equestria Girl films and such, and the specials. And that's the reason why we don't have a season 8 or 9 physically yet, is because something's happened behind the scenes. We think Hasbro have ended their contracts either prematurely, or it's just ended and they ran out of time to release this 8 and 9. It's just how it works, how it is. So I think maybe they're either looking at releasing 8 and 9 for themselves, or through another distribution company that they probably own, or they are possibly in the works of releasing a massive 9-season special box set. We don't know. But it's kind of interesting that it's just kind of gone quiet. Ever since FIM ended, the box sets have ended. Equestria Girls has ended after the web series has ended after 2 seasons and some specials, and there's been no actual word. There's been actually no actual word of why. It's just kind of, I don't know if they've quietly cancelled it or if it is still in works, because the actors like Tara Strong and the rest of them that play the characters in Equestria Girls, they've all been very tight-lipped. There's been very little expression from them of them reflecting on working on it or anything like that, or any interviews of them kind of spilling whether it's finished or not. The only bit of information from Tara Strong we have is she's not going to be playing Twilight in G5. That is the only bit of information from Tara that we have. That
true, but we don't know how true that is. You know, I know it's just speculation, but we might. Twilight might make some form of appearance. Hell, the main 6 might make some kind of appearance. So they might just be potentially under contract, and they're not allowed to say anything officially.
Well, yeah, they're under some sort. They're likely still under some sort of clause, some sort of contract still. Maybe it's still being worked on. Maybe it's taking them longer to produce season 3 of Boulder Media because of the situation we've been in. Or they are working on something big. Maybe they're working on an actual feature film, rather than an actual feature film to end it. I don't know. There's just no information. I mean, there was loads of information at one point. There was Well, there's going to be a season 3 of the web series. There's going to be at least another 2 or 3 specials. There's a potential that there's going to be, be speculation at that point. There's going to be another feature of film for Equestria Girls, and that's going to possibly end it. There's all this information, and now all of a sudden it's kind of gone dead within the past 2 years. I mean, within the past year or so, it's gone completely dead on the Equestria Girls side. It's just interesting. I mean, I'm surprised nothing's been mentioned or been announced regarding it at these convention or virtual events that's been going on. It's just weird. I mean, like Ginger just said, it is weird. It's just kind of strange. I just don't know. It's whether it's still being worked on, whether it's no longer being worked on, whether they've quietly just swept it under the rug and thought, right, okay, we're going into G5 territory now, and just let it be. It's had its run, but it's not finished properly. They've not tied any loose ends. All they've done is a bunch of interactive episodes, released a few extra music videos, songs for Equestria Girls, and a few specials. That's all. That is literally all.
Yeah. Ginger states here, it's weird. What's weird about it is that they've never officially confirmed why they stopped doing Equestria Girls, nor even confirmed the cancellation, anything officially on Equestria Daily or any of the sites. You know what? Good question, Ginger. 2 secs. Let me have a quick look. I've never actually gone far as to look into this, but let's see. What have we got here? Let's see. Equestria Daily. Equestria Girls End. Let's just have a look. Is there anything here? There is one article that was when was this produced? I don't have a date. About 2 years ago, so 2019. Don't know when, but this was basically released on Equestria Daily about 2 years ago. Just states the following. The Equestria Girls may be joining their pony counterparts as G4 winds down, according to the director over on Twitter. A recent tweet reveals she's wrapped up work on the project, and DHX will no longer be producing any more Equestria Girls content. Of course, there's still loads of unaired content that will be released over the next year or so, but new creations are unknown. There has always been a chance Hasbro will continue forward with it, with their more internalised Boulder media, similar to what we see with some of the pony shorts and specials. That was literally the last thing for Equestria Girls about 2 years ago. Literally just simply stating that the contract ended and it had been passed over to Boulder Media. So whether or not Boulder Media plan on continuing it is unknown. But yeah, Ginger, it was the producer, yes. So, but that's about all that's ever been said, and that was 2 years ago. Whether or not I mean, again, going back to something I mentioned in about a week or two ago, I've yet to be able to find this. I still really need to try and see if I can. But apparently, there's pictures of what appear to be an early rendition of a Sunset Shimmer human counterpart in the CGI that's going to be used for the G5 film. So there's theories that Equestria Girls might come back, but it might come back in the animation that is of the G5 film. Again, it's just a theory based off one picture that no one seems to know where this picture came from. We don't know if it's a fan art or if it's official leaked. We don't know. part of the problem. Yeah, that's what it look like, kind of Barbie mixed with equestrian gals. Yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about, Ginger. Yeah, I don't know if that's an official thing or if it's fan artwork. I have no idea, because part of the thing with the Brony fan base is there are so many creators doing artwork, doing animations, doing fan fictions, doing music, that it's very hard to keep track of them all. So I have no idea if that image is a fan artwork or an official leak. I'm hoping it's the latter, because it would be really good to see the Equestria Girls show up again. But as for when or if, who knows? I think it's like anything. It may come back, it may not. They may wait to see how well a G5 film does, which will be heavily dependent on viewer ratings and on reviews for the film. Yeah, it does look like it was made out of a blender. Yeah, like you say, it's either early concept art or it's potentially an early fan design. We just don't know. Part of the overall problem. But I think potentially, I think Equestria Girls will come back. I think it just has to, because it is an unfinished story in many ways. But I think largely just because I like many people, want to know the outcome for Sunset. Her story isn't quite done, and I think we can all agree that we definitely want to see the human counterpart. Where is she? It's interesting. I don't think it's never been touched upon in the series. Yeah, Ginger, you're right there. They do need to find a producer. They probably already have a producer. Again, it's just potential. They're keeping it a secret. I mean, with Equestria Girls as a whole, it's just not. It never felt fully finished, and as I can say, they never questioned it in any of the films or shorts as to where exactly the human Sunset Shimmer was. Although I do have a weird theory about Sunset Shimmer. Obviously, this theory is sort of null and void now, because we do know there is a human counterpart somewhere. But originally, I had a theory that there was no Sunset Shimmer in the Equestria Girls world, that there was never a human Sunset Shimmer at Equestria High. I had a theory that originally that she was just never there to begin with, and Pony Sunset was just there because she went there. My other theory was that Pony Sunset was originally from Equestria Girls universe and somehow had crossed over years ago and had lost a memory. But obviously, both theories are completely null and void now, because we do know there is a human counterpart to her. She's just somewhere. We just don't know where.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is part of the downside. The only thing, I'll be blunt, we might potentially get an information dump. Is it June? San Diego Comic Con's normally on June, July.
Yeah, around about
And I appreciate it might be digital again this year, but we might get information dumps on a lot of stuff, potentially Hasbro products. But I'm convinced with it being a Netflix release, we'll get a Netflix announcement for a trailer sometime in the next 4 weeks. Hopefully. I don't think there's anything else. Let's see. No. No. There's not much else on Equestria Daily focusing on Equestria Girls, really. That article was the last article. I say it was 2 years ago. They might move on from Equestria Girls, but again, I think they really owe the fans one last hurrah, one last Equestria Girls adventure, and I think we deserve to know the mystery of the Sunset Shimmer counterpart. We need to know where she is. I mean, based off what was revealed, it sounds like she's somehow being just held or she's trapped in some way. Like maybe she's been trapped in some weird like dimension, or she's being held somewhere. Maybe Sunset from Pony Sunset did something to her, like use magic to, remove her and place her in stasis.
Yeah.
WLF, you can kindly go away or remove. Bye-bye. They're gone. Okay, we won't have trolls on here at all. Anyway, so talking about Equestria Girls, generally think that we are, as I said, I think we are, I wouldn't say quite so strongly that we're owed it, but I just think they need to really finish off some Sunset Shimmer story arc, because it was finished largely when they had the I forget the name of it, but they had the special where with Wallflower Blush. That really finished her story arc off, because she redeemed herself with Celestia. But I just want to at least see what happened with her counterpart. That is something I would love to know. I think a lot of people want to know as well.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I really enjoy Equestria Girls, and it just seems a little bit, it just saddens me a little bit that it's just sort of just fallen off the map, as it were. It's just kind of like, there seemed to be so much, seemed to be at least another year or two life still left in it. And it's just like, it just fizzled out like overnight. It's just kind of like, no information for the past year or two. So
yeah, if we don't get a movie, a comic fan. I mean, yeah, they could do a comic version, Ginger. I mean, there's probably are comic versions out there. I mean, there's probably fan animations out there that discuss that very concept. But yeah, that is a good point. I mean, no doubt there are fan concepts. I'm only aware at the moment, anyway, of one fan fiction that does discuss the human counterpart Sunset. And I'm only aware of one fan fiction. It's called The Long Road to Friendship, and the counterpart Sunset Shimmer does actually show up in that story. The short end of the stick is she's actually older than the Pony Sunset, if you will. Obviously, Pony Sunset is in the Equestria Girls universe as a teenager. I think she's like 16, 17. Her human counterpart in this fan fiction is older. I think she's like 25. And she sort of shows up randomly. Jonathan, hello. Have you heard of the Hub Network? I don't think so.
Yeah, I have.
Is that the Hasbro Hub Nosy?
Yeah, originally Hub Network was Hasbro's network, and then it became Discovery Family.
Right. Yes, I have heard of that. Then yes, Jonathan, I have heard of that.
Yeah. The MLP has been shown on Discovery Family in America and Canada, and whatever America, and then over here it's on Pop.
Right, yeah, I have heard of that. Then yes,
when the Hub Network was Transformers Prime aired on there as well as Fim,
right.
but then it kind of ended, and then it kind of phased into Discovery Kids.
Okay. Yeah, so we have heard of the Hub Network, Jonathan. We have heard of it, but it's probably a bit different, depending. I don't know, but obviously UK based things are kind of different over here. But yeah, we have heard of it.
We didn't actually really get it in the UK. I mean, you could get onto it through, I think, a website, but we didn't get it on UK TV.
No, it was digital, wasn't it?
Yeah, we also don't have Discovery Kids, but unless Discovery Kids is actually a satellite channel, I don't know. Most likely is. Or cable, as the Americans know it. Yeah, the Hub Network was actually it was launched. If I can remember rightly, it was originally launched for Transformers Prime, G.I. Joe Renegades, and something else. And obviously MLP Frenchman's Magic aired on there as well. But then I think around about season 2 or 3, it kind of the Hub Network kind of like ended, and it kind of they must have like kind of phased in or renamed it as Discovery Kids.
Yeah, it's. I mean, in one sense of the word, the fact that a lot of these companies are starting to basically set up their own streaming services so they can stream the content online is very useful, because it basically gives a vast majority of people access to stuff. Thank you for answering my question. Really appreciate it. You're welcome, Jonathan. We're always going to answer questions, mate. Like I said, anybody throws any questions in the chat, we'll answer it. It's basically what keeps the conversation going. I mean, hell, we've been going now for 2 hours, so we'll probably go for a bit longer. The longest we've ever gone on a chat on this is about 3 hours, so we'll probably go for at least another hour. But you're welcome, mate. We're always happy to answer questions. I will say this. If only some of these streaming platforms had either existed or had been more globally open 10 years ago, it would have been so much more would have been a lot better. I mean, just using MLP as an example, when I really started watching it, I basically had to bloody find it online. I actually watched a lot of it through Dailymotion, because Dailymotion is quite laxed on copyright content, so you can post stuff like films on there and they very rarely get removed. So I use Dailymotion a lot to watch MLP on there. I can't remember the name, but there was a Dailymotion channel or user I followed who actually had an app he did created, and basically this app had all of the seasons and episodes on it. I used to use that a lot. I mean, I don't use that anymore because I've literally got almost all of the MLP stuff on DVD now, minus one season, which is season 7, and then after that, BitChute, yeah, that was something I did use as well, Ginger. But like I said, a lot of that stuff either doesn't exist anymore, or you don't really need to use it because you've got open source media streaming services now. This might be a bit off topic, but earlier today, I was sort of thinking to myself, where we are becoming more and more digital every day. Films, books, games, they are becoming purely digital. Stuff like this, physical media on DVD, physical media like books, one day, they could well be incredibly valuable because they might be the only way some media will still exist. You know, it might be a bit of a dark thought, but you imagine, say, 100 years from now, you know, everything is digital. It probably will be. And just imagine how films, books, even artwork is all online. There is no physical media anymore. You imagine one day a massive solar flare. Bang, bye-bye digital world. If you don't have, you know, physical media like this, you know, DVDs, books, you'd lose everything. You could potentially lose all of history. So, you know, in a lot of ways, having physical media is a really useful thing because it means you'd still have access to it. But yeah, you know, it's just kind of a good thing that all these streaming platforms that are popping up are all going global. And in a lot of ways, it gives people access to more stuff. It just sort of wonders how far it's going to go. I mean, what will things be like in 10 years from now? I mean, question for everybody watching. Do you prefer physical media or do you prefer digital media? For collections as well, Ginger. Yeah, collections are a good point. I mean, when it comes to physical media, I still do buy a lot of DVDs, although I am slowly going digital with a lot of my films and stuff. And I will fully admit that for the last 2 years, I've been fully digital on games. Like all my games are on Steam now. I have not bought a game on disc in about 2 years. Literally, almost all my games are digital now. I don't buy discs. There's no point really, considering that most discs now aren't even the game. They're just activation codes, and then after that, it downloads it. So even if, say, the internet went down one day and never came back, any modern game on a disc would be useless because all the disc would have is 4 gig activation. The game wouldn't be on the disc. Or at least if it was anything pre-2012, I believe. Like pre-2012, it's still the game on the disc. You just have to bypass the online stuff. Zero Bunny, digital world. Digital would like more physical. Yeah. Physical stuff is better personally. I prefer physical media, even though digital can be easier. Physical copies of things seem more concrete. Yeah, they do. As well, I think is something that's physical, that's real. It sort of has. I think it has sort of like more meaning to it. You know, I mean, for example, if you collect anime, for example, I mean, in this shed, literally almost everything on these shelves is anime, apart from the bottom shelf just here, which is a combination of live action films and sort of Pixar and Disney films. I prefer to have physical media, especially with stuff that I like, because, like I said, it just makes watching stuff easier. I mean, you know, if the internet goes down, I've still got stuff I can watch because this is all on disc. The problem is, as we progress more into digital media, DVD, Blu-ray drives on computers and consoles are slowly being phased out. Next generation PCs and consoles in about 6-7 years' time will definitely not have CD Blu-ray drives because they probably won't be needed. So really, any console or PC that you buy in the next few years, if it has a DVD Blu-ray drive on it, that might well be the last time you get a Blu-ray DVD drive on a computer or console. I mean, my computer does have a Blu-ray drive, but I use it largely for watching anime, really, or watching any films that I like. So it does get a lot of use, but it only really gets used for films or music now. It very rarely gets used for games, unless I'm using the Linux machine, because the Linux machine, because I've got a second computer which is a Linux machine, that I use for retro gaming, and obviously they all require a disc to work. So that's about the only time I'll use an actual disc to play a game. But yeah, I think physical media needs to be protected because it does have historical value as well as collection value. You know, the ironic thing is, for all the bloody DVDs I've got here, when I'm an old man, when I'm like 65, this collection could be worth hundreds of thousands for all I know. I could be sitting on a gold mine in 35 years. You know, someone might be like, "Oh my god, that's the original Ghost in the Shell DVD box set. That's like worth £5,000. You know, I'll give you £5,000 for it." I'll probably say no because it's Ghost in the Shell. But it's an interesting line of thought, really, as to how far physical media will regress and how much digital media will progress. So yeah, it's an interesting chain of thought. In regards to collections and stuff, me and Nosy have talked about this plenty of times, but to our watchers, to the people in the chat box, do you have like a crown jewel? If you collect things, it doesn't have to be MLP, it can be anything. Do you have like a crown jewel of a collection, something you're really proud of owning? Me and Nosy have talked about this quite a lot on these chats. So, if anybody's got like a crown jewel in the collection they have, let us know what it is. And like I said, it can be anything. You don't have to stick to MLP. I'm quite happy to talk about anything, really.
Mm-hmm.
But on the grounds of MLP, I know this is a subject that's been talked about before, but I honestly do put a lot of belief in the fact that the Brony fan base is the reason why G4 lasted as long as it has. Oh, Ginger, you have a Lego City collection display. Very nice. How big's that? Is that, are we talking like an actual city, or are we talking like elements of a Lego City collection? Because I know Lego City is huge. I don't really collect Lego. I used to build a lot of Lego stuff when I was younger. But are we talking a big city build or like sets? How's that work for you exactly?
Or dioramas?
Yeah, dioramas even. The Lego police sets with the bank stuff, right? Yeah, the smaller sets. Yeah, nice. Is that displayed in any specific way? Ian, when I was younger, I collected the Warriors book series. I think I've heard of that. That sounds familiar. Hang on, let me have a look at that. Let me Google that, because I'm fairly certain I've heard of that. Oh yes, I have heard of the Warriors book series. Yes. It's all about the cats, isn't it? I've heard of that. I've never read the books myself, but I have heard of them. I've heard of that series. I've got quite a few books. I like to read, mate, both physical books and digital books. So I've got quite a few. Big fan of Philip Pullman and Christopher Paolini. I like both of them. They're probably two of my favourite authors. Closely followed by Trudy Carverman, writer of the Magician's Guild trilogy. You have Iron says, I have my collection on my shelf. Yeah. I don't actually, well, I have like shelves in here in this converted shed with like practically all my anime on. I don't really have a shelf per se. Well, I do actually have a large bookshelf with all my books on. And they are all in sort of author order, if you will. But I'd love to have another bookshelf. I just don't have the room. Hopefully one day when I move out, I know I've been talking about that a lot in the last few months, but I am fully determined to get my own place in the next few years and move out. And, I will have bookshelves, people. I will have lots of bookshelves with books on. It's always nice to have a collection of some sort. I've got a big book collection, big DVD collection. I've got a bit of a Transformers collection, MLP collection, obviously. And a games collection, which is largely made up of retro games from sort of the late 90s to early thousands. Sort of anything from about 97 to 2010. Because I kind of started going digital about 6-7 years ago. So pretty much anything that was sort of physical disc before it became digital media. You know, because I don't know if we've got any Steam users, but if you go back about 10 years, when Steam originally, you could actually use Steam offline. You could install a game through Steam without having to be online. And I really miss those days because it made things so much easier. But as is, the world does change.
No, nobody uses Steam anymore. It's electric now.
Like, yeah. That's a fair point.
But no, you can't beat physical media. I love my retro games. I've got a Sega Mega Drive, and I just love the idea of just getting a proper old cartridge, shove it in, and play to your heart's content. Not like today's games where you download it and then you got to wait for it to update and patch and things of that nature, and then you can maybe get on it.
Yeah. I mean, point in question, Cyberpunk. That is a real good example of how bad a game developer can mess up. You know, I mean, no one really knows when they're releasing this big game-fixing patch that so far has been delayed. They've done 2 small patches that have fixed some of the problems, but it's still not. It still really needs a lot of work doing on it, and that's an example. I mean, there was, back in the day, so to speak, there were, you didn't need patches on games; they just worked. Nowadays, you get sort of 2 types of games these days. You get games that are released and are, perfect, have no issues, and are really good. Then you get games that are released and always have some sort of bug. They're always unfinished. And then it takes about a year or 2 for the developer to actually finish the game. Technically, that is sort of what DLC is. In some regards, some games, DLC is basically just elements of a game that were never added in on release. They just decided to hold it back to make more money. There was a time when DLC never existed. And when it became a thing, it was more like it was just optional. Or if it was DLC, it was actual sequel material. Some games do actually. Some games DLC is a thing, and one of the best examples of that is Elder Scrolls Oblivion. All the DLC that was released was actually pre-set up in the game world. You can actually find all the markers for it. A brief example. One of the DLCs for Oblivion is called, if I remember it right, it's called the Wizard's Tower. And you can actually go to the area where this building exists if you go to the area without the DLC installed, there's like a big snowy hill with a random like marker on top of it, like a flagpole. And then if you switch on the DLC, the building appears where the marker was. So like it was always intended to be there. But yeah, Zero Bunny responds, Cyberpunk, my lord. Yeah, believe me. Yeah, I'm glad the developers are fixing it this time, Ginger. Yeah, I'll be fully blunt with Cyberpunk. I actually regret buying it on day one. I was sort of really hyped up for it after watching all the gameplay videos, which basically turned out to be complete fabrications, or at least weren't fabrications at the time. Because Cyberpunk's a weird thing. For those who don't know, who either don't own it or don't know a lot about the game, the short version is the original gameplay that was shown about a year ago was how the game was supposed to be. But then some bright spark in head office said, Keanu Reeves is going to be voicing a character in the game. Let's just make the game all about his character and just not bother with basically the open world that we're creating. And you basically ended up with an empty world with not a lot in it and a very short story focusing on Keanu Reeves. So yeah. But as Ginger said, the developers are fixing it, but it's probably going to take 2 years. So it might have a bit of a cyberpunk renaissance like they did with I forget the name of the game now. What was it that was released? And when it got released, it wasn't the game that was promised. Oh, No Man's Sky. That's another example. They really made that game better. It's a really good game now compared to how it was 2 years ago. That is part of the issue. And Nosy, you wouldn't even be able to play Cyberpunk, considering it barely works on the PS4.
Yeah.
You know, they've actually spent something like 6 months trying to get it to work properly on older consoles, because it won't work on PS4 or Xbox One. It's really bad.
Yeah, well, I think Cyberpunk was actually most originally it was kind of intended for obviously next gen, PS5 and Xbox.
Well, that's sort of the thing, mate. Whenever you talk about next gen games, there is no such thing as a next gen game. A game is always developed on current generation software. So, even as an example, the processor in my computer is about 7 years old. The graphics cards are almost 6 years old. That's not current gen. That's very old on a PC spec. But they're still up to date. In fact, my computer can play Cyberpunk. It perfectly fine. It's just that Cyberpunk is not very stable. The real truth is, by the time you buy a next-gen graphics card, they're no longer next-gen because something else has already come out to replace it. So you could literally buy, for example, the current top-of-the-range graphics cards are about £1,000. You can guarantee in about 2 years you'll be able to buy those same graphics cards for about 400 quid. Because something else will have come out to replace them. The real truth is, a next-gen game is always compatible with current generation tech because they're built on that technology. They're just designed to run better on later technology, which is just, it's just a point in question, really. God, this is a fascinating conversation, isn't it? We've literally covered almost everything on this channel, and don't bother me. I mean, we could talk about anything. We've discussed ponies. We're now discussing games, but why not, eh? Why not? So, aside from obviously collections, I mean, do we have anybody here? Do we have anybody that has MLP collections? I mean, obviously, me and Nosy have got some MLP stuff. Has anybody in the chat, have you got any MLP collectibles? Comics, plushes, random figures, T-shirts, it's a big wide world when it comes to collectibles. There's so much stuff you can own. I don't mind the change of topic. Really interesting. Glad you brought it up. Thank you, Ginger. Yeah, always happy to talk about gaming as a topic. I've been playing games for a long time. It makes me sound older than I actually am. But yeah, it's a crazy world. I mean, like most of the graphics cards I've got in my computer, when they came out about 5 years ago, they were really, really expensive. And the two what I actually have, I bought both of them off eBay about a year ago, fully refurbished. So, they were pretty cheap, really. What was the question? Basically just asking if anybody has any MLP collectibles, If you don't, doesn't really matter. Just curious, really, if anybody has any MLP collectible stuff.
I do.
Ian says, I don't have much MLP merch, unfortunately, but I did recently buy all 3 MLP mangas. I have the first volume of the manga. I really need to get the other 2 and 3. I've only read the first one. But yeah, that was a random thing, wasn't it? It just sort of appeared. Like, it was actually an MLP-inspired manga. Really bizarre. But yeah, I own the first volume. Don't have 2 or 3 yet. Need to sort them out.
Yeah, I've pre-ordered, I think, the first 2 volumes that come up on UK Amazon for the manga, and I've also, I think, pre-ordered the season 10 omnibus or volume trade pack, where it is, the trade version.
Yeah. Yeah, I've read some of the comics of MLP. Yeah, I've got some of them digitally on my tablet. I forget which ones I've read, but I really need to buy a few more because I am actually very interested in the comic line, because the comics for MLP really flesh out a lot of characters. I know that if I remember this right, I think the comics openly reveal the origins for Queen Chrysalis. They also do a lot more with Sombra's character than the series did. And it also touches upon Celestia and Luna's past. So the comics are well worth reading because they flesh out the lore a lot more. Also, as we know, the comics actually do make up quite a bit of the unused episode material that they just never put in. Yeah, but there are some really good. One of the things I like about MLP, there are some amazing fan creators who have actually made some truly amazing MLP inspired things.
Yep, definitely.
Correct. Oh, that's better. Junior says there are some part of the comics that reveal times that happened before the event in the series and movie. It's really interesting. Yeah. Oh, yes. Actually, speaking of comics, Ginger, I have read the official comic for the prequel for the movie, the 2017 movie. I have read that. That is very interesting. You're right. Because not only does it give you the origins of basically everybody in the film, you know, the Storm King, Tempest, the pirates, Kappa. It really fleshes out the world the film created. But yeah, the prequel for the film, the comic's worth reading. Especially if you sort of want to find out about like the background for Kappa, Tempest, the pirates, and the Storm King. They're all actually connected in a real clever way. I'll be honest, on the subjects of the 2017 film, I imagine we've all seen it. Can I just say, feel free to disagree with me. Feel free, because again, we can disagree here. Does anybody else think that the Storm King was a wasted villain? That he didn't really do anything? That he was only really in the film for like 15, 20 minutes? And Tempest was the real villain slash... what's the word I'm thinking of? Change. I forget the word, what they use now. Rehabilitated into a good person, whatever the word is. But... Thank you, Nosy. But she was the only character. She was the villain in that film. The Storm King just didn't come across as being a villain because, it doesn't show up really till the end of the film. As Ginger said, he didn't have much depth in the film. He didn't. He has more depth in the prequel comic, whereas in the film, he shows up near the end, literally the last 20 minutes. He shows up, they get the staff of Zacchaeus powered up. He's like, yeah, I can control the weather, I can control the days. And then, like, they have the big battle at the end and he's beaten and that's it. And it's sort of like, it was a little bit of a letdown, I felt, because, it would have been interesting if he'd been in the film continuously and he'd have been sort of more of a villain. Zero Bunny says, I always find it sad when shows skimp on lore. Yeah. I found it especially so in MLP, also totally, completely wasted characters, Tempest and Storm. Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree. As I said, Tempest's character was strong-ish in the film, but again fleshed out better in the comics, as was the Storm King. The problem is it's a common thing with shows like MLP. They have interesting characters, but they don't flesh them out well enough. You know, it's more of a case of like it's how can I put it? I know this is a good way, I think, of using it as an example. Imagine Darth Vader, the most iconic villain in film history. You imagine if Darth Vader, instead of being the main villain, instead of being at the front of it all, imagine Darth Vader only ever being mentioned by stormtroopers and Imperial officers. And imagine him only showing up once or twice in every film by like a hologram communication. And then imagine that. And then imagine Return of the Jedi, but no Emperor Palpatine, just Darth Vader. And imagine Darth Vader showing up in the last 20 minutes of the film and Luke just, beating him really easily. And it's sort of that's what the Storm King feels like. He's a heavily background character who is hyped up, but he does nothing. That's basically the way I see the Storm King. It would be like having Darth Vader, but as a minor background character who is hyped up as being the ultimate bad guy, who ultimately does nothing. Sort of like a certain character in the new Disney Star Wars trilogy. I think we all know who I'm talking about. But yeah, background characters like that with barely any development are a big problem for me, and a big problem for a lot of stuff. Yeah, you can flesh things out in books and comics, but people may not necessarily buy them, which is always going to be that problem, isn't it?
I think another wasted potential. Well, I think completely. Well, let's just put it this way: a character that's in a 2017 movie that basically, if you think about it, if this specific character wasn't in the film, it wouldn't have changed anything. And for me, that is Grubber. Who the little guy
that followed Tempest around, who didn't actually do anything.
Yeah, all he does is just eat stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, he's just more or less meant as like a comic relief, but he's just such a useless character, and all he seems to do is like, ooh, cake. They're just like eating stuff, and it's just like, really?
Yeah, learn stuff for free. Is 8 okay? What do you mean by that? Is 8 okay?
But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'd love to have seen a lot more for Tempest. I mean, I absolutely love Tempest Shadow. She's a great character. But it's just unfortunate. She's just so wasted. She's just such a wasted. So much potential that was wasted with her. I mean, I was really expecting to see more of her in the seasons that came after the movie. You just didn't get anything except for the comics. I think she was just more or less in the comics. And then same with Kappa and the Pirates and Queen Nova and all them.
Yeah.
It would have been great to see them come back. I mean, I know you got a little bit of, the Sea Ponies. You kind of got a little bit of a thingy in the series after the movie, but you never actually saw Princess Starfire, whatever her name was.
Yeah, she. Do you mean Queen No? Oh no.
Queen Nova's daughter.
Yeah, Princess. Oh, yeah, I know who you mean. I can't remember her name off the top of my head now. Yeah, I know who you mean. Yeah, the thing is, one of the interesting things about later, especially in the final season of MLP, they basically, in a few episodes, they just randomly threw in characters from the film in the background. Princess Skystar. Thank you, Ginger. Yes. For example, there's an episode in season 9 where Kappa's in the background. It's really it's really, really, really weird. It doesn't quite make any sense. Like, he's just randomly in the background. There's also another episode where Queen Nova appears in the background. And again, there's also an episode where Tempest appears in the background. And it's just sort of a bit of a waste, you know, like, why shove them in the background randomly? Why, you know, I appreciate they may not have been able to get the voice actors, but it would have been nice to have had them show up at least just in one episode.
And it's almost like by the end. It's almost like by the end of the series, by the end or whatever, they just kind of, I don't know, kind of brushed it off a little bit. You know, they didn't seem to have the care and attention that they did at the beginning. It's just kind of like, I love the show. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I love the show. It has its faults, and it also, you know, has great points to it.
Right. Just out of interest, if no one mind, this is going to seem really unprofessional. Well, I'm not a professional YouTuber anyway, but does anybody mind if I disappear for like 5 minutes? Because I really need to go and grab a drink. Since I've been talking for about 2.5 hours, I need a drink.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just disappear for 5 minutes?
No. Yeah. You can't go anywhere. You got to stay.
I have to stay. I really need a drink. My throat's parched. I've been talking for 2.5 hours.
No. You can't stay. You
can't. Oh, well, I'm going to disappear anyway, Knowles, because Ginger and Zero Bunny say, yeah, go and get a drink. So, you know, I'll just disappear for like 5 minutes. I'll go grab a drink. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, so talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back. If I was professional and I had like 1 million subscribers, everybody would be like, oh my God, how unprofessional. But, you know, anyway, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a bit.
Goodbye, Ian. Thanks for joining us. So it's just me, the disembodied voice, the voice in your conscience. Yeah. Anyway. Hey. How unprofessional was that? How very unprofessional. I'm scared now. I scare myself most of the time anyway, so don't worry. There's a voice in my head now. Hello. I see you. So, anything else anyone wants to talk about while we wait for Sam to come back from getting a drink? Anything? It could be anything. Video games, any other series that you like to watch? Anything at all. I mean, with me, I love Digimon. I love Pokemon. I love. At the moment, I'm currently watching stuff on Netflix, anime-wise. I'm watching Demon Slayer. I'm watching a series that's just going up there on there called Tiger and Bunny, which is kind of like a superhero one. I'm also watching, just started, and I'm not going to say too much on this because it is quite a distressing story and plot. But it's called The Promised Neverland. I heard a lot of interesting stuff, and yeah, I'm currently watching that as well. And I'm also watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier on Disney Plus, and I'm also watching stuff on Amazon Prime. So I've got a lot of stuff going on at the moment. Anyone else want to share? Ginger, do you watch Transformers War for Cybertron? I have seen both seasons of that on Netflix, yeah. Not overly happy with it, to be quite honest. What are your thoughts on it? Was you happy with the end result? For me personally, I just thought the voice acting was a bit crap. I've got nothing against it being dark or it being obviously like I mean the character literally the character models are literally just I think they just scanned a toy. I think they just came to kind of like scan the toys into a computer and then use that as the character model. I mean they've even got the little ports that you put the blast effects on the figures. And I'm just like, how bad is that? I'm sorry, that is just bad. And the voice acting for me, I just thought was terrible. Zero Bunny watching Helluva Boss. Oh, I love Helluva Boss. That is so good. I absolutely love Helluva Boss. I haven't seen the last episode though. I need to watch. Is it episode 3 or 4? I need to check out the latest episode. I also loved the Has-Been Hotel pilot they did, and I'm really looking forward to the series because they got picked up for a series, didn't they? A proper series. So I'm really looking forward to checking out the proper series to Has-Been Hotel. Ginger, it just sucks that they didn't cast Peter Cullen just because Netflix don't really support voice actors. Yeah, it's not really about them supporting voice actors. It's basically, I think Netflix are non-union. Apparently, for Transformers, they changed. I don't know if it's Netflix. I don't know if it was Netflix or Hasbro, but there was a little bit of a thingy during the production of the Wolf Cybertron and Siege series, and apparently I heard that they changed from union to non-union. I don't know whether that was Hasbro or Netflix, but apparently. Obviously, Peter Cullen and Frank Welker that played Megatron and Optimus Prime and all the all the really great voice actors are all union actors, really good gifted actors. So that's the reason why we never got Peter Cullen or Frank Welker in the Netflix Transformers series, because they decided to go down the cheaper route and they got non-union voice actors. And the guy that he was the voice director, the guy that did the voice directing for has anybody seen the Machinima Transformers series they did, that web series on Machinima? Yeah, basically they did a series that was based on, I think, Combiner Wars. And oh my crying out loud, that is so bad. And they literally got the same voice director for that Machinima series to work on the Netflix series that is, the Wolf Cybertron and Siege. And I'm just like, no wonder it's bad voice acting, because the voice director is just shit. He's just horrible. He's not bad. He's very crap. He's rubbish. But yes, I'm a fan of anything really. I'm a fan of animation, video games. I collect Transformers. I do have a little bit of a collection of pony stuff. I have some pony plushies. I have some pony posters. I also have some Turtles, TMNT figures. I have quite a array of different things in my collection room or / bedroom. God, how long does it take for someone to make a cup of tea? Really? How long? Hope everyone in the chat are enjoying the feed, by the way, or enjoying the stream. even though all you can hear is a very bad audio, disembodied voice at the moment. And as Sam said, we are. Ginger, hey Nosy, will you guys do a reaction video when the trailer comes out? Yeah, definitely. I can't see us not passing that up. We will definitely be looking into doing something like that. Zero buddy, yeah, it's chill. No, Ginger, no, it's fine. The audio's not that bad. Yeah, that's good.
Right, I'm back and I have tea.
Yes. I like to draw as well, also. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's Merry Christmas, by the way. That's all it seems to take you to make a cup of tea.
What have I missed?
We've just been talking about Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss and all sorts of different stuff.
I do like Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss. Very good. Very good. Ginger asked, will we do a reaction video when the trailer comes out? Yeah, we probably will. I was thinking of doing a reaction video. Speaking, I'll have to look into how to do this because I obviously to do something like this, we have to do it without audio visual showing because then it's copyright. But how would people feel about doing a watch party for the G5 film when it's released? I would look because I've been thinking about doing a watch party for the film, sorting something out. Do the reaction video live. Oh well, yeah, we'll do a reaction video live, definitely. Yeah, we'll definitely have to look into that. But yeah, as I said, if people are interested about doing a watch party for the film, then it's something we'll look into sorting out. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, Zero Buddy and Ginger are both in for that. Fantastic. Well, we'll look into it and we'll try and sort something out, doing a watch party for it. And
if we can get something working.
Yeah. So to be fair, not to bash Nosy, but just you need to get a better computer, mate. You're already going to be able to do this if you can get a better computer.
Hey.
I mean, bloody hell, the computer you've got is ancient. It still uses a Pentium Intel processor. Pentium! No. Bloody hell. Pentium is ancient. But yeah, in all seriousness, we will definitely look at doing a watch party for the film, and then obviously we will do a reaction video for the trailer when it's released. Yeah, we'll probably do it live if we can. Probably mean having. Well, yeah, we'll sort something out. We will. As I say, it's probably going to be at least a month until it's released. The trailer's released in about a month, maybe. But yeah, we'll do something.
I mean, even if the worst case scenario, we could do it just like this, like kind of, if I don't have a new computer by the time the movie releases, obviously either me or Sam could be on, live doing a live chat. And one of us on audio. I mean, that sounds bad and all, but I'm hoping to try and get a new computer sorted. I need to sort out issues financially, adulting and all that bullshit. So unfortunately, I can't afford a new computer at the moment. But I'm hoping, hopefully, a little bit later in the year, I might maybe treat myself to a new computer.
It's a shame you didn't buy that one you showed me that was in sale in bloody hell, I forget the name of the blue shop now. The one that's in Square. That would have been perfect for you. Would have been perfect, but I know you can't just, you know, you can't really fork out like that couple £100 at the drop of a hat. So, but yeah, just there's plenty of options, mate.
Yeah, there is.
But yeah, because if we could sort, because the thing is, if we could sort out some software like I've showed you that'll allow us to dual stream effectively and have you and me on one live chat, that'd be so much easier. Because then we'd have both of us, and we could simultaneously. It'd be so much easier. I mean, one thing that I want to look into, doing a big chat through Google Hangouts with try and get some a Google Hangouts chat done. The only annoying thing is we can't do it through YouTube. It's slightly annoying, but you know, what can we do? Yeah, Ginger, if you have a DeviantArt, please do say so. I do like to follow DeviantArt artists. I have quite a large list. Been following DeviantArt artwork artists since I was like 17.
Oh, good God, Sam! I've just come across a Beast Wars Cheeto review that you did about 10 years ago.
Oh no! Oh, I bet that's bad.
Well, all I can say is it's a very baby-faced, very short shaved hairstyle.
Yeah, I bet the camera quality is terrible.
And it's in 4:3.
Yeah, the camera quality will be terrible, but 10 years ago. But yeah, we go back 10 years ago, so I'd have been 22. Yeah, oh, bloody hell. Yeah, the computer I had back then would have been nowhere near the speed of the computer I have now. Nowhere near. The webcam I had was pretty basic as well. I mean, the webcam I've got now is full HD. But bloody hell. But saying that, I saw a video of you the other week of you, baby-faced you, about 10, 11 years ago, talking about something. You look real baby-faced as well. Really bad webcam quality. Yeah, it's kind of, it's true, isn't it? Like, anybody that does YouTube or in any capacity, whether it's small or huge, you know, 1 million subscribers, 10 subscribers, there's always going to be videos like at the beginning, like, you know, where it's like the video quality is terrible, the audio is terrible, the person looks like they're 6, and they're all like, you know, and this is YouTube, and I'm doing channel where we talk about this, and this is the thing here, because, you know, you're so bloody nervous, and then like 10 years later, it's just like, yeah, YouTube, we're just going to do a video again, talking about something, and it's a second nature. I mean, like, some of the YouTubers I follow that have like say 1 million subscriber YouTubers that I follow, it's really weird when you go back on the channels and look at like the very first videos, and you just think, you know, bloody hell, that's like this, you know, this is him like 10, 12 years ago. And, you know, the webcam quality is terrible, the audio is terrible, and it's just like a person in like a bedroom or a spare room talking about something. Then 12 years later, they've got 1 million subscribers, they've got a professional studio, and it's just really bizarre when you think how some people on YouTube have gone from sort of doing stuff in a bedroom to doing stuff in a professional studio because they're actually earning money to do it. It's crazy. It really is. Ironically, that was my very first. No, that wasn't my first channel. Or was it my first channel? I don't know, because one of my I think my original channel disappeared. I think, and then I set up the channel I use now. I think something like that, because I know there was a time on the nosy when like people's channels sort of disappeared or they got locked out or something weird like that.
You genuinely forgot your password for your original channel when you made this.
Right. Yeah, that was probably the case. Yeah, probably very much the case.
You're making a review and you're talking about a glass of banana milk.
Well, yeah. I could talk about, Yorkshire tea if I wanted to, because I've got a Yorkshire tea here. Is that Daffy Duck? I think that's Daffy Duck.
That is Daffy Duck.
Yeah, I thought it was.
No, that's Donald Duck.
No, is that Donald or Daffy?
That's Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, right. I couldn't remember.
Oh my god. Daffy Duck is the black one from Looney Tunes. Donald Duck is... Oh boy!
Ginger says, Sam Nosey, don't worry if you think you don't have enough resources like others with YouTubers who have millions of views. To me personally, don't be mad, but I think you're lucky than most people on YouTube. I wish to be like you someday. Oh, thanks very much, Ginger. Appreciate it, my friend, really. I mean, thank you, really. Thank you very much. That is really nice of you to say that. To be fair, I mean, we never set out with this channel to be big, we just set it up to talk about ponies and MLP. And to be fair, these live streams, I really enjoy them. I mean, it's just great to get to talk to people like this and really sharing something we all like. But thank you, Ginger. Thank you thank you very much. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
I'll talk about banana milk.
Oh, that, yeah. I always talk about what I'm drinking at the time, don't I? For some weird reason. Just what I do.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for those words, Ginger. We both appreciate that. I mean, to be honest, with YouTube and everything, to be honest, I've said this before many times, and I'm kind of glad that I'm not a massive YouTuber, because once you get to a certain number, like over 100,000 or over a million or whatever, it starts to get very stressful, I would have thought, and you're essentially working a full-time job, even though it's supposed to be a hobby, and you've got people from YouTube that you've got to talk to. You get like a liaison kind of person that helps you with what you should introduce and what you should do on your channel and all that. Creative stuff. It's like Ginger just said, it takes too much responsibility.
I couldn't do it personally. The problem is it's almost like a balancing act. I've seen YouTubers with, a million subscribers who literally their whole life is dominated by YouTube. They're literally live and breathe it 24 hours, 7 days a week. And to keep the money flowing, to keep it all going, they've got to upload 7-8 videos a day. I've seen other YouTubers basically end up making enemies with other big YouTubers because they end up, fighting over who's a better YouTuber. I couldn't do it personally. I really couldn't. I mean, I know there are some people out there in the world who like to think that being a big YouTuber is an easy life because, you work for yourself and you could just do whatever you want, set your videos, goof around. It isn't that simple. I mean, I do know people who are big YouTubers, and it's taken them 10 years or more to get to that point. And, there is a business aspect to it, as somebody I follow on YouTube, well, there's a lot of people I follow on YouTube, but one of the YouTubers that I follow who's got like 3 million subscribers, he recently did a mini series where he was actually talking about how YouTube works as a business and how he sort of like makes money through sponsors and how that all works. And it's really complicated. There's a lot more to it than I actually realized. And he basically explained how he can basically go through 30 or 40 emails a day from people who want to sponsor him. You know, he has to look at all of them and respond to all of them because, you know, potentially one bad response could mean he'll lose sponsorship. He gave a lot of examples as to how some sponsors are brilliant. Like, yeah, I'd love you to sponsor me because you're a great company. I love your products. Yeah, I'd love that. Other companies, it can be a case of, no, I don't want to sponsor you to sponsor me because I don't like your ethics. I don't like your background. Other sponsors can be. He gave a good example. Not going to mention any names because, you know, I don't really want to mention names when it comes to stuff like this. But he gave an example of how he was contacted by a YouTuber who wanted him to sponsor him. It was really weird. He basically got contacted by like sort of a new YouTube channel who, you know, was just setting up, had about 100 or so subscribers. And they basically said to him, you know, if you were to sponsor me, you'd really be doing me a favor. You know, you've got like 3 million subscribers. You know how it all works. If you could please sponsor me, in return, I'll give you a shout out. I'll shout you out. And you know, it was like, well, no, not to sound cruel, but he's not going to sponsor somebody who is just starting out because from his perspective, he is a business person. He has something like 4 or 5 people he employs that are on a payroll that are part of his channel that are responsible for video editing, sound and audio, research. As a result, he can't make mistakes that could result in him losing subscribers, sponsorships. You know, he does have employees, and that's part of the reason why I don't think I would personally would like to be a big, you know, YouTuber, because I don't think I could cope with it. I mean, you know, I'm the type of guy who likes to show up to work, do his job, and come home. You know, I don't like the hassle of. I can't say responsibility because, you know, in any job you've got responsibility. I just wouldn't want the hassle of having other people working for me. You know, I'd worry too much about messing up and, you know, resulting in people losing their jobs. I just like to be part of a team. I know where I fit in that team, and I know what my job is. That's it. I just like to know what I need to do, how I need to do it, when I need to do it. That's it, really. And also, I think I get very bored doing YouTube because I like to be around people at work. I like to have that social side. So being a YouTuber, I think, unless you're working with like close friends, like, you know, like me and Knowles, obviously we do these videos, we do this channel together. But if it was me and Knowlesy and we did have a huge channel, I don't think it would be the same, mate. I don't think we could have just this conversation we're having right now if it was like a 1 million subscriber channel. But yeah, but with what Ginger said, I agree. And thank you, Ginger, again, because, yeah, thank you very much. Knowlesy, do you have anything to input?
No, I kind of agree with what you said. I kind of agree with what you're saying. It's just, with me, it's just like, as I already said, it just seems too much of a hassle if you're of a certain, you know, if you're at a certain number, like big number, and it is, you know, it is more, there's a lot more pressure on your shoulders, and it's more stricter because you have to constantly be changing up your content in order for the algorithm to still kind of send, you know, that algorithm to kind of pick up your videos. and how many videos you have to upload per week, and there's loads of different factors goes into play, and it's very stressful. But I agree. I mean, to be honest with you, I prefer being a smaller time, a small time YouTuber. I prefer it being like this because talking to people on the other side of the planet, or or in America or Canada or wherever, and it feels a little bit more like we're just a bunch of friends, just chilling out, hanging out, and it feels more enjoyable when it's like that. There's not as much stress. You don't have to really go by a schedule. You don't have to really go by a script. You don't have to go by anything like that. And if you can script if you want, if you're one of those type of people that like to script, that's fine. I don't script. I've never have. My videos have always been quite spontaneous, and if I have to do a little bit of research, I will do so and just write it down, just so that just so I've got a couple of bullet points. But apart from that, that's all I have done in the past. So to me personally, I prefer being in the position that I am at the moment. I love doing videos on YouTube. I love doing them on this channel. I also have my main channel, my other two channels. I've got a vlog channel and my main channel, which is where I do stuff talk about Transformers and toy reviews and collecting, movie reviews, such and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah.
So I mean, I enjoy making it because I find it therapeutic. Some people might laugh at that, but I find making videos therapeutic. I know I'm sat here on my own talking to a microphone or talking to a camera, but it's kind of the kind of feedback I've had with videos I've done in the past. And I kind of get like people coming back to me, private messages saying, I watched your video and it really helped me out. And, it really kind of made my day kind of thing. I've had loads of really nice comments from people, people that I've met in person and people that I've yet to meet in person. And, I just find it more gratifying when things like that happen, when you're a small-time YouTuber, because when you're a big, massive, kind of like PewDiePie or whatever, it's a lot more harder because, there's so many factors you have to pass through in order to try and talk to the guy.
People judge you more as well if you're like a big YouTuber. I mean, there's a YouTuber who goes by the name of Ninja. He's like a really big one. I think he's got something like 160 million subscribers or something like that. And there was something that happened about a month or two ago where some followers, that follow his channel, said something on Twitter or did something, and like people got really cross at Ninja about it. And he just did a video. He did a video, a really honest video, responding to it, where he basically just said, I am not responsible for my subscribers. If somebody does something stupid, they're subscribed to me, what's that got to do with me? Nothing to do with me. But that's part of the problem. We're going into a world now where big YouTubers are treated almost like sort of minor celebrities, and some people may well hang on to their every word like it's gospel truth, and that can be a problem. I mean, I much prefer being a small YouTube channel because it means you can do stuff like this and you can just enjoy it and you don't have to worry about anything else. It's actually the same with Twitter. I mean, if you're just a casual Twitter user, you don't have to really worry about people like trying to shut you down, because recently there's been a lot of problems where people have been trying to shut people down on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube for voicing opinions. But again, that only happens if the person is anybody of importance, shall we say. If you're just somebody who's got like 10 subscribers and you do a video once every month, no one's going to care. But at the same time, by really being a small scale channel, we're able to do stuff like this, and it's a lot more relaxed and a lot more friendly, a lot more in person. And I'll say this now, I would love to get to meet all of you on the chat in person at a pony convention one day, which hopefully one day we can do. One day we can go back to cons, and I would love to meet all of you at a pony con one day and just meet you all in person. That'd be good. I'd enjoy that.
Yeah, likewise. Same here.
Well, not you, Nosy. I literally live 10 minutes away from you.
No, I'm on about people in the chat.
Yeah.
To meet those people.
Yeah. I can meet you any day of the week, I can literally walk down my street and 10 minutes later I'm at your house. But yeah.
True.
But yeah, it would be nice to meet people in person through this channel and, really get to know people in real life.
Sam's a bit weird. He bites.
I do not bite.
He bites. Believe me.
You're going to give people the wrong impression, Nosy.
They're just the facts.
You know what?
3 hours we've been going. Thanks to Ginger, Zero Bunny, and whoever else that's joined us.
Don't worry too much about PonyCon, Ginger. We don't even know when we'll be going to PonyCon next, which is probably going to be next year. But who here likes me Luna tattoo? I'm going to show her off. There she is. That's my nice Luna tattoo.
It's a nice rainbow dash.
It's Luna. So I got her done nearly 2 years ago now. So that's my little dedication to Luna. And also my dedication to the Brony fan base.
That tattoo's wrong.
It's not wrong.
It's not rainbow dash.
Of course it's not Rainbow Dash. I'm a Luna fan.
Rainbow Dash is the only pony you have tattooed up in your body. Because it's 20% colour.
And I may as well show off my other these aren't pony related. So on that arm, I've got Saphira from the Inheritance Cycle, Christopher Paolini, big fan. And then this tattoo, if I can kind of get it in the light there, that's sort of a bit of a mishmash of several dragons that sort of represent a Eastern style of Thorn, also from the Inheritance Cycle. But yeah, Lunar Republic all the way, Zero Bunny. Always Lunar Republic. Yeah. Luna fan for life. I always will be. She very much represents me in the grounds that she's an outsider, and I've always felt like an outsider in life. And that's why I'm a fan of Luna. And now I can't get my jacket back on. Bloody hell. This is annoying.
Let us all watch while he struggles with a very simple task of putting on his coat.
There we go. There we go. That just looks terrible. But there, my jacket is back on. Yeah. But yeah, I do plan on getting one more tattoo on this arm because there's no tattoo on my upper arm there. But that's probably not going to happen for another year because with everything that's going on, my tattooist has sort of had to sort of temporarily stop doing bookings. I don't know when she'll be doing bookings again. Probably June or July, depending on how things go.
It will be around about July because I think the road out for the UK is July 21st. Most other shops and pubs and restaurants and things of that nature, barbers, things like that are opening from this Monday, and I think there's some stuff opening in May as well. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's cinemas.
Yeah, I think it's 17th of May. Cinemas reopen.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I miss the cinemas. I really do. Well, you and me both, mate. We're both big cinema fans. But yeah, if it's right, it's the 17th of May they reopen. 4 days later, Spiral's out, and I'm going to see Spiral because I'm a big Saw fan, so I need to go and see that.
Yeah, it seems interesting, especially when they've got the guy, I forgot his name.
Samuel Jackson,
No,
because he's in it.
the guy who plays the main character.
Oh yeah. Oh, bloody hell.
Um,
Yeah, let's Google. Google, help us, Google.
He played the zebra in the Madagascar films.
Is it Jeffrey Chapman?
Nope.
Chris
Rock.
Chris Rock?
Is that it?
No. Chris Ball?
No.
So starring, we've got Jeffrey Chapman, Ari Cohen, Lockley Munro, hang on. No,
It's Chris Rock.
I'm on the wrong bloody film.
It's Chris Rock because Chris Rock played Marty, who's in Madagascar.
Right. Okay, we sorted that out. We did indeed.
Ginger, use Bing. LOL. JK.
Yeah, Microsoft Bing.
For what?
It's just another search engine, mate.
Oh, right, okay.
So Ginger, since I have actually looked at your YouTube channel and I know you're into animation, are you working on anything at the moment? Any interesting projects?
I'm currently being stared at by a cat.
Excellent. Which one?
Susie.
Susie Puss.
She's purring very loudly and staring at me.
Ginger, working on a stop motion film at the moment. Oh, well done. Well done. Is that a independent one, or is it a theatrical cinema release one? Like Hollywood or whatever company. Or can't you tell us? Because sometimes I appreciate you can't always tell. The Mob Walker, a Lego Minecraft film. Ooh, interesting.
That's a game I've not even tried playing, is Minecraft. I understand why it's quite popular, but I think for me personally, I think I'll get bored of it really quickly. But all the power to those that enjoy it.
Well, I wish you good luck, Ginger, on the film. I hope it goes well. I like stop animation. I've always been a fan of that.
Yeah, stop motion. I love Leica. Leica animation. They do some great stuff. I also like the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
One of my favourite films. And The Corpse Bride. Love that film.
Kubo and the Two Strings as well. That is amazing.
Yeah, that's Leica. Kubo and Two Strings, Paranorman. There's the Box Trolls, which is actually probably the worst one because the frame rate's a little bit all over the place. It's not a smooth frame rate. The frame rate isn't as smooth compared to the others. But I think my favourite stop motion film next to Nightmare on Elm Street, Nightmare Before Christmas is Kubo, definitely. It's so beautiful. The amount of emotion and story that they can somehow extract from puppets is just unreal to me. It's just absolutely unreal.
Yeah, it takes a lot of patience to do stop motion, especially when you sort of look into the background and just how much effort it takes just to do like 10 seconds of a scene. It could take a couple of hours. It really is it does take a lot of patience to do stop motion.
Well, yeah, just a simple walking scene, like a character walking um, or whatever. I mean, just something as simple as that. It would take them about a couple of weeks to just film a walking sequence because of just how intricate it is and how very carefully you move the puppet. It's and then once you start going into things like fighting, like fight scenes, um, or anything that's a little bit more enhanced, you're talking months just on one scene. You know, Travis Knight is really hot. Yeah, he's fire. I mean, I love Travis Knight. I absolutely love Travis Knight. I don't know if you've seen it, the film Bumblebee.
Aye.
Oh, goddamn good. You can tell that guy likes his Transformers.
Yeah, I really hope Travis Knight actually gets bloody hell, gets to do more of the Transformers films. Is he actually doing a project?
Not from what I can gather. There is another film coming out that is in the Bumblebee timeline continuity, but it's not being directed by Travis Knight.
Right. Based on experience from Ginger, it is very frustrating. Yeah, I can imagine it is. I mean, I know a little, or I say I know a little bit about stop motion. I sort of did a stop motion sort of Star Wars short, like, and it's not on YouTube. I didn't. It's just something I did. I think I was about 15 at the time, and I was round at a mate at my dad's place, and we ended up doing a little stop motion because he's quite into his stop motion. He's my dad's mate, and he's got some of these like high speed shutter cameras. We just spent we all we did was a little sort of 60-second stop motion scene with just a couple of Lego characters, and it was like a Lego Star Wars ship. I can't remember which it was, a Clone Wars one. I can't remember which one it was, and we just did like a little thing where we had like two clone troopers running away from some battle droids and like sort of jumping onto the ship and the ship flying off. The whole thing lasted 60 seconds, but it took us about nearly 4 hours to do this 60-second thing. So yeah, I can kind of understand where you're coming from. You got to have a lot of patience to do it. As I say, it took us almost 3 hours to do a 60-second scene, but it looked great when we were finished.
I've dabbled in stop motion a little bit on my channel, but I don't know whether they're available. I don't know if there was uploaded on the channel with my TF Nosy channel or my original channel that is no longer about. But I remember I did 2 stop motions. One was like a random one, and it was just like me kind of moving like random stuff around the desk. And then I think, I don't know if it was the same one or if it was a separate one, but I had a little Legends Starscream, and I kind of did like a little sequence with him, and I transformed him and everything, and I added the whole transformation sound.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I added the transformation sound to it, and he also a voice clip of Chris Latta saying, what was it? What was it? Aren't you glad to see us, or something like that, or whatever? And then then the whole aircraft noise of it taking off, and it actually did quite well. A lot of people said, "Wow, that's actually pretty darn good of how you gelled it all together." And that took me ages. It was just the editing side of it, because I don't have like anything like a proper stop motion camera. What I did is I just did stills. I just normal camera, just taking stills. And then I went into Movie Maker. Oh, God. So I went into Movie Maker, and I literally had to, every photo that I took, I had to go painstakingly and make it so minute, like to the point where you couldn't see it. Like, because when you do something and it goes so thingy, it literally goes white, just white. So it looks like there's nothing there, but there is. That's literally how thingy it had to be. So it literally took me so. Oh God, it was so time consuming. And the video was only about 30-40 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, it takes
It's been a while,
patience.
but- Let me have a look. It's going back a while anyway. Let's have a look. Going to go back a little bit, I think, if it's anywhere.
Ginger asks, have you watched the Snyder Cut? Yes.
Yes.
I have watched the Snyder Cut, yeah. I will be, it's a good film, but I will be honest when I say what the Snyder Cut essentially is basically the director's cut, because it makes a hell of a lot more sense as a film because of just how much was cut out originally. The overall designs are better. Like Steppenwolf's design is much better in the Snyder version. Also, obviously, you get to see Darkseid, which is pretty important for the DC universe as a whole. But yeah, I did enjoy it. It was also nice to see Flash actually do something. He didn't really do anything in the original version, did he? In the Snyder Cut, Flash literally saves the world. But yes, I did enjoy it very much. Thing is, with the Snyder Cut, Boom Tube's explosion was really lit. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that is very true. Speaking of the Snyder Cut, interestingly, because of how well it's done, it's actually encouraging other studios to basically look at releasing unreleased director's cuts. For example, in case anybody doesn't know, Terminator Salvation, which I'm not really a fan of, has a director's cut that's never been released and contains several cut scenes, including about 3 alternative endings, I believe. It basically it never got released, but the directors always claimed it exists. Basically, the director's been heavily implying that it's going to be released now, because I think Snyder Cut sort of made studios aware that if they're holding back on any director's cuts, they need to release them.
I found them, by the way. I've had to go back 9 years.
Wow, 9 years. Bloody hell.
I'll pop them in the chat so if anyone wants to watch them.
And that is going back some, mate.
It is a bit. There's one. And 2.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, there you go. Ginger. They're my 2 stop motions I did about 9 years ago. So they've been a bit crude. They were edited via Movie Maker. But no, just give me a look and see what you think. just playing around with it. I did 2 featuring a Transformer. Basically, one was called a stop motion test, which was a motorcycle Transformer that I did. And then there was another one called This Is What Boredom Does to You. It was basically just like, that's the one with Starscream.
Weird, it won't let me view them.
What?
No, just every time I load it up, it just states, "Oops, something went wrong." Weird.
I'll send you a flyer. Just a minute. They definitely are up because they're there. So, and they are playing when I click them. Send you via Facebook. And 1. Oh shit.
There we go.
Oh shit. I'm trying to have to go back and find the second one. Unless it's next to the. No.
Wow, that's going back some years, mate.
It is a bit.
Sort of one of those odd things, ain't it? There's always going to be that sort of time where you basically just did stuff randomly. Really odd times. But yeah, that sort of takes me back, really.
I don't know which one that one was that I sent you. Let me just check. Is it the first or the second one? The first one. So this is the second one. See if they work now. Thank you very much, Zero Bunny. Liked them both. I'm quite intrigued. Thank you, Ginger. That's Ginger again. I see. I'll take a look. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those just sort of bizarre things. I think when you look into old things when you were first YouTubing. I mean,
and I've just gone back and I thought, Jesus Christ, that me talking about that was how many years ago? But literally, this channel, my first video I uploaded was 10 years ago. Not this channel, my main.
It's sort of weird when you sort of look at channels, and if you sort of go all the way back, like I go back like to one of the first videos I did like 10 years ago, so I'm like 22, and I look so young, like 22 years old, and then as I go up through the years, you start to age bit by bit until you get to like recent videos where it's like, good God, I've aged. Oh God, it makes me feel really old.
And your hairline's receded.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Hair is not so good these days. Yeah, very nostalgic. It is, Ginger. It is very nostalgic to do that on YouTube. Yeah, it's a shame that my very first channel sort of I don't have access to anymore, because there's videos on there of me when I was like 18, 19, when I was sort of at college. So, but they're lost to the ether, unfortunately. Yeah, but it's always nice to reminisce on things.
It kind of worked out all right at the end, I think.
Yeah.
Also, really bad voice acting.
Yeah. Very different times. Yeah, it's sort of one of the things about YouTube that I always think about. That it's almost like a time capsule. You know, you in some ways YouTube is probably the most important website out there because it is in a lot of ways a time capsule. You know, there's stuff on there that is quite important. But yeah, it really is bizarre going back in time on YouTube and just thinking, wow, look at me, 20 years old, bumbling my way through a video because I haven't got a clue what to say. Now, I'm sort of curious what would happen if, like, I went back in time, like, 10, 11 years and said to, like, 20-year-old me, one day you're going to be a fan of a cartoon show about singing ponies.
No.
And you're going to get into it, you're going to collect stuff from it, and you're going to make friends through it. 20-year-old me would be like, what? Are you mad, future me? That's never going to happen.
No.
Yeah. That's really random. Right, guys. We'll do it. We'll keep going for another 30 minutes, and then I think we'll end it if that's all right, because that'll be 4 hours. So if you're okay, we'll call it a night at about half an hour, which will be about 11 o'clock on our side of the fence.
No, we must go 24 hours.
We can actually do a maximum of 8 hours.
Okay.
But that would take us to about 4 a.m.
Yeah, still early.
Up for the challenge.
Only 2 of us left. Yeah, it's gone up to 6 again.
Yeah, it seems to be going up and down a lot. Maybe people are just browsing through live streams or something. I don't know. I think you can actually browse live streams if you like search YouTube for live streams specifically.
Probably. Kind of coming back to the Storm King, or something I was going to say that even though you were saying about the Storm King about being obviously bit of a wasted character, but the one scene that I absolutely thought was hilarious was when he got the staff and he's just going daylight, nighttime, daylight, nighttime. You just see Tempest and Twilight kind of behind him, like,
hello to Special Agent Ursa. Hello, welcome to this incredibly long conversation that's been running for 3.5 hours. Yeah, we've just talked about anything and everything, so have at it. But yes, that was a good moment for the Storm King, Melody.
Yeah, I just found it funny when we just got the staff and you just see the reactions on Twilight's and Tempest's face. It's just like, you literally follow this guy. I just found it funny. It's just like, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime. That's something I'd do if I got like a magic staff that could, lower the sun and raise the moon. I would do that.
Ironically, by doing that, the Storm King basically messed up Equestria's seasons by doing that.
Yeah.
It's sort of. I know we've mentioned this already, but it is just annoying that his character just didn't really need to be there. He didn't do anything. He just sort of. I know, as I said, you know, Tempest Shadow felt like the real villain of the story. And the Storm King just sort of felt like, yeah, he'll show up in the last 20 minutes. What is this stream about? Special Agent Ursa? Basically anything. We've talked about practically everything, really. We've talked about, you know, the Gen 5 film. We've talked about Gen 4. We've basically talked about anything and everything. So, you know, we're basically talking about, at this point, we're talking about anything because, you know, we've been going for 3.5 hours. So we'll talk about anything, really.
I am the darkness. Oh, you want cuddles? Okay, I give cuddles. But I am still the darkness.
Nosy, that is a random video. If anyone doesn't know, Nosy did a really weird TikTok video earlier where he's got one of his pussycats looking all mean and then immediately wants cuddles afterwards. So it's like, yeah, I'm an evil pussycat, but I still want cuddles, but I'm still evil, you know.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok now.
I really can't be bothered with TikTok, to be blunt. I just can't. It's not, doesn't interest me.
It didn't me at the beginning. And, you know, when I first heard about TikTok, I was like, nah, not for me. I don't see the point. And then I just kind of like downloaded it yesterday. And you know what? I'm hooked. I've made quite a lot of TikTok videos within the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I think sometimes there is that sort of thing where you. Is the other person my friend? Yes, Special Agent Ursa. The other person talking that you can hear is my good friend Nolsey, who is talking to us through his side. We can't basically do dual video. His computer can't do it, so we're just doing it audio only. So we've got Nosy talking to me through his audio from his house.
No, that is not true. I am your conscience.
My conscience? Oh my god. Don't talk then, conscience. We don't talk, you and me. We just don't. It's not a good idea.
You must come and buy me a chocolate fudge cake.
Nah. Where am I going to get a chocolate fudge cake from at 10:30 on a night?
Bake one.
I'm not going to bake one. I don't think I don't know. Maybe I could. But I could potentially do a microwave chocolate cake in a cup. It'd only take me like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, but then, you know, I'm going to eat it. My conscience can't have it.
Mm.
Hello, Georgie. Would you like a boat?
No. Because the last time Georgie said, yeah, he got his arm ripped off and he got eaten by an interdimensional being that looked like a clown.
I'm Pennywise, the dancing clown.
Very, very creepy from the voice across overseas. You could do the laugh quite well, mate.
Cheers.
Hello, Georgie. Would you like a balloon?
No, I don't take balloons from strangers.
Oh, but I'm Pennywise, the dancing clown. What's your name?
You ever realize how dodgy that sounds? Pennywise the dancing clown. I mean, did any of the kids ever get suspicious? You know, when he introduced himself, I'm Pennywise the dancing clown. It's like, did any of them ever get told by the parents avoid random people that dress as clowns?
Yeah. Not to be honest with you, I mean, most of the kids that he preyed upon were like.
Yeah. Speaking of it, they've announced a third film, haven't they? Because the remake did so well, they're going to do a third It film, I don't know if that's coming off a book that Stephen King's writing or if it's just an original creation, because from it itself, as far as I'm aware, there's only one book that Stephen King wrote of it. There's no sequel, as far as I'm aware. So it's quite interesting to know they're going to be doing a third It film.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've heard,
Ginger asks, hey, Sam Nosey, if you happened to see Pennywise standing in a corner of your room when it was dark, what would you do?
Another balloon, please.
I think if I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a Pennywise clown stood in the corner of my bedroom staring at me, I don't quite know how to react. Fear, definitely. Probably followed by, wanting to know what he was doing there.
Hi, dude.
I'd probably be telling him, I'm well aware that you're going to try and eat me. So, I ain't going to take the balloon. I'm not going to take the balloon. What would you do, Nosey? You'd have to bypass the cats first.
What would I do? First, I'll just try and piss him off by doing a bad impression of him. And then I would steal his balloons and run away.
Fair enough.
Then I'd have his balloon.
I wonder what would happen if one of your cats jumps on his head. Yeah.
Be fun.
You'd be all right if you had a pet turtle.
Okay.
Because is it turtles? It's like his nemesis is basically a giant turtle. If you read the book, his Pennywise is from some sort of interdimensional plane of existence, and his nemesis is a giant turtle that created the universe. That's how weird that book is. It's really weird. It is very weird.
Yeah, and I've heard there's a lot of questionable things.
There is, yeah. There's some very questionable things in that book that they would never be able to do on film because it's really really dodgy. I mean, I'm not saying it's a dodgy book. It's just that Stephen King doesn't pull his punches when he writes stuff. The book, the thing with it, the original TV series and then the film that they did, they have one thing in common. The first part is the best. The second part isn't so great. And the reason for that is because if they wanted to do it properly, they'd have to do it in 3 parts. And there is a lot of stuff they'd have to do, which is just really, let's just say it'd be really cringy on film, especially when you consider that the main characters in the book, when the kids are all about 12 or 13. So it's got some pretty questionable stuff in it, let's say. And let's just say Pennywise's overall effect on the town of Derry is, shall we say, a lot more darker in the book than it is in the films. It is a lot more of a think Freddy Krueger crossed with Leatherface, crossed with Jason. That's sort of what Pennywise is like in the book versus how he is in the film. He was definitely more book accurate in the film that they did, but there was a lot they didn't do. It's sort of one of those films that the reason they're doing the third one is because it was so successful. And that's never a good thing in my mind, because when Hollywood decides to make a film because if a film before it was successful, it usually means that film won't be very good because it's just trying to cash in on stuff.
True, yeah. By the way, just to remind everybody, this was an MLP live stream.
It was. It's now turned about everything. It's just turned into a general chat, which is fine with me.
Video games, physical media, how to send a fax. What What else are we talking about?
We've talked about the utter disappointment that is Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah.
Talked about that. We've talked about stop animation. We've talked about a lot of stuff.
Stop motion,
Yeah. But that's fine. I mean, there's only so much we could talk about with MLP at the moment, until we get that long-awaited trailer for the film, G5 film. But then we'll have a lot more to talk about. But yeah, it has been quite an interesting evening. Clocking in at almost 4 hours. It's insane.
Oh, look at this. I just found a new entry on Equestria Daily.
Have you?
It's apparently they're saying that Luna is going to be killed off in the season 10 comic book, and Rainbow Dash is going to become the queen of Equestria.
Never happen. That never happened.
And Pinkie Pie is going to become Pennywise.
That would probably happen.
And Fluttershy is going to become a dominatrix.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, I can accept that. I really can accept that. It's usually the quiet ones that are the kinkiest. So I could accept that. Oh, good God. Where on Equestria Daily are you reading, man? Or is it Equestria Daily After Dark?
I ain't even on Equestria Daily. That was just a figment of my imagination.
It's a good thing that we're not monetized, ain't it? Because we probably get demonetized for that. That is, of course, assuming anybody would watch a near 4 hour long live stream to see what happened on it.
Oh, this is interesting. Celestia and Luna are actually going to get proper roles in the future. In Gen 5, apparently, Celestia and Luna are actually going to do something apart from go on holiday, drink tea, and just sit on thrones.
That'd be nice. That'd actually be nice if you actually saw them do something. If that one episode where they go on holiday, it was good, but it was sort of it could have been better. It would have been nice to have seen them actually do something, rather than sort of get Twilight to do everything.
Yeah.
Sort of makes you question, Celestia, how come you've been the leader of an entire country for over 1,000 years when you seem to always get everybody else to do the dirty work? But then again, isn't that just like every leader ever in history?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was it wasn't a bad episode, but I felt like it had potential and it just didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
Sort of a shame, really.
Of course, just for the chat knows, there is no Equestria Daily anything. I've just made all that up.
Yeah, kind of guessed.
Because I'd love if I got somebody thought, really? And I just started searching it.
There has been some good Equestria Daily April Fools in over the years, though. There has been some good ones. But yeah, it's sort of interesting. I mean, on the topic of Equestria Daily, the person that set it up in 2011, originally just as like a low-level blog, really, about MLP. And it just exploded over the years into the main sort of forum, really, for all things pony. It is the best site to go on if you want up-to-date info on everything. I mean, out of interest, do we have any time zone differences for our viewers? Because, I mean, obviously, me and Nosy are in the UK. Ginger and Zero Bunny, if I may ask, whereabouts are you both located? Are you overseas? Are you in the UK, or are you overseas in a completely different time zone? Although I do know time zones depend. Some time zones are an hour behind, an hour ahead. Some are 12 hours ahead. It just depends where you are, don't it, really? An hour or less, I think. Yeah. So you're probably just across the... This one, we're at 23:48. Yes, you're only an hour ahead then. It's 22:48 here, so yeah, you're 1 hour ahead of us. Ireland. Zero Bunny's in Ireland. So yeah, your same time zone really. Not much difference.
I am the darkness. Oh, you want cuddles?
Oh dear.
Well, Zero Bunny's from Ireland.
He is from Ireland. I've only been to Ireland once. I was about 15. No, I was 17 at the time when I went to Ireland. I had a good time. Nice place. A lot of beautiful castles. If you can, Nosy, you should link. You should link us that video so we can all watch it.
Yeah, I can do. I don't know. Just give me a sec.
If it's on YouTube, I think you should be able to tag
It's
it.
not on YouTube, it's on TikTok.
Oh, right. Can you? You should be able to still link it though onto the
I
chat.
sent you it though, didn't I?
You did, yeah. Oh, hang on.
You could post it.
Yes, I forgot you did send me it. 2 seconds.
I am the darkness.
I think this will be it. Hang on, let me.
I get cuddled too. Anybody want to see a demonic pussycat? Sam's going to find the link.
Yeah, I will find the link because he sent me. Aha, here it is.
Yeah, on TikTok, by the way. You can always follow me if you want.
I am the darkness.
I am the darkness. Oh, you want cuddles? Okay, I give cuddles. But I am still the darkness.
Oh, I must be aware. Annoyingly, it doesn't have a share option on here.
You should do.
Nope. I can. Hang on one sec. Let me try something.
Here's the. This is on the. Actually, is there? I wonder if there's a website for TikTok or if it's just an app.
Give me 2 seconds. I might be able to send it through manually. What I'll do if I download it, then bring it up. I might be able to just throw it into the chat as a random thing. Let's see if this will work.
I am the darkness. Oh, you want cuddles? Okay, I give cuddles. But I am still the darkness.
No, can't do it that way.
Yeah.
Don't
worry. If you want to watch it, if you're on TikTok, just search.
Nah, won't let me do it. I can't send it onto the chat, unfortunately. Won't let me do it. Annoying.
If anyone's interested, that's my username up on TikTok in the chat. I've also got another one that I can let you listen to. That's a little bit fun.
Okay.
Let me just get the volume right. Right. This isn't what it seems. Just stay with it, right?
Any children watching, cover your ears.
What?
Well, I just thought I might warn if there are any kids watching, they might need to cover their ears.
Oh, we're not done yet, motherfuckers!
Definitely demonetized now.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, that takes me back. That takes me back. That takes me back to when we were 16 and we were at a rave.
Yeah.
That takes me back to the times when we were all delinquents and knew no better.
Yep. So somebody made Baby Shark and made Sandstorm one of the best tracks ever.
And John's Pussycat is the darkness, but likes cuddles.
Did you just put a bomb ? Bruh? What? Who said bomb?
I was just talking about the clip you just played.
All right.
That takes me back to our Clubland days, mate.
Oh no.
I don't even listen to Clubland. Oh, can't remember the last time I ever listened to it. Again, it's changed too much, really, for me. It's not what it used to be.
Yeah. Clubland's not what it was. I mean, the CDs I used to actually buy were Extreme Clubland, which was the hardcore stuff.
Is Styles still active?
Sorry?
Darren Styles, is he still active?
Yeah, still active. All of them are.
Scooter?
But, you what?
Scooter, are they still going?
Yep.
They're going a long time.
Yep.
About 20 years, I think. Maybe about 20 years, 22 years, maybe.
The first track I had was in like the late 90s, early 2000s, which was, I think, the Logical song it was called.
Yeah, I remember the Logical song. Yeah. I don't think there isn't a person who doesn't remember the Logical song. I don't actually know what the Logical song was about, but, we all remember it.
I do apologise to people in the chat, by the way, but I haven't kind of, the noise, it hurts my ears. And everyone's gone now.
Well, you do have a really good quality microphone, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, it's decent enough. It's only a USB plug and play, but it's a Blue Yeti one. There's actually two versions. There's the one I've got, which is USB. And then you can get a proper professional one, which is like where it actually plugs into an amplifier, like a proper studio thing. Well, so we're coming up to the 4-hour mark, so we will be going in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. We'll call it a night in about 10 minutes because, I don't know how much more my internet can take. Because this is going to be, well, it's not like I have a download limit, but we are chewing through the internet at the moment.
Same.
But yeah, we'll give it like 10 minutes and then we'll call it a night, people. But as always, we will most likely be doing another live stream next week. And any videos in between, should we get any more G5 info? Because, we know what we're like.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Anything new, interesting, we'll certainly report on it.
This has been a most interesting evening. It's been a really interesting conversation. Quite enjoyed it.
Yep, definitely not. Yeah. We've spoken about everything, but how to get an egg from a chicken, I don't know.
Well, I don't know much about farms. It's a shame that we can't, do. It'd be pretty good if, I know it's technically not exactly, well, we could do it, but we'd all need to sync it up right. It's a shame that we can't, have everybody on a webcam doing this sort of thing, but we can't through YouTube because I think YouTube's limited to like 2 people anyway. And I know Nosy right now you don't have the software to do it. But sometime we need to look at trying to sort out a big video chat for all of us, do like a brony thing. But yeah, we could sort something out one day when we probably have better software.
Yeah, and hopefully get Lawrence involved as well.
Yeah, definitely.
because there's actually a third member on the channel, but unfortunately he has a Mac and we have PCs, normal PCs, and it's a little bit difficult because sometimes trying to transfer a file that's from a Mac to a PC, it sometimes doesn't work. So that's why, unfortunately, our friend Lawrence, he has done some videos in the past, going back a little bit. I think we just gave him the login details and he uploaded them himself. But yeah, unfortunately, it would be nice if we can kind of, sort something out so we can get 2 or 3 people, and then we might be able to get our good friend Lawrence involved in the conversation as well.
Yeah, that would be nice. Get more people involved.
Welcome to the asylum.
The Asylum of Insanity.
Welcome to Pinkie Pie's Junk Dungeon.
If we've all watched YouTube, we all know about Pinkie Pie's shed. Oh no, sorry, Fluttershy's shed.
Oh, I love that.
Hey, hey, hey.
Stay out of my shed.
I'm going in my shed.
Yeah. I like the fact they referenced that in the MLP manga in Volume 1. They referenced that.
Yeah.
It was really sort of blew my mind when they referenced that. Ginger wishes to ask you a question, Nosy.
Yeah, can do. Go ahead. Am I mentally challenged? Yes, if that's your question. What's your cat's name? It's Socks, S-O-X. I also have a second cat called Susie as well. But the one in the TikTok video is called Socks.
Soxy. Hey, hey, hey.
It's again that. Did you actually know random fact about that that MLP fan animation? Did you probably about a year ago ish? There was some article. I remember reading an article, and it was basically one of these articles that was tearing into the Brony fan base, and it was using this animation. And I don't know if anyone remembers about a year ago when there was like loads of stuff floating around about how the Brony fan base is full of white supremacists and Nazi supporters. And there was somebody wrote an article where they used that animation, and they were on about, like Brony's like making animation that's not suitable for kids, and like My Little Pony, you wouldn't want your kids to watch this, and it was like, be careful when looking up MLP on YouTube because, the fans are all sick and they've made stuff like this. It was a really negative article. I can't remember where I read it, but it was using that animation. It's sort of like, bloody hell, you could Google most fan bases and find equally worse stuff. Hell, the Sonic fan base is renowned for it. Like, bloody hell, just because people make stuff like that doesn't mean that they're depraved delinquents. Everything in its own right's an art form.
That is true. It has certainly been an enlightening experience for many of you in the chat, I'm sure. But
we are a bit special. Equally so. How do you like the ASMR stuffy? Do you like a little bit of ASMR?
Yeah, Zero Bunny says, yeah, such backwards thinking. It is backwards thinking. I mean, I'm a fan of a lot of different things, as is Nosy. No doubt many of you on the chat. But the Brony fan base has taken so much criticism and negativity in the last couple of years.
Mm.
You know, really negative criticism with, you know, people outright, you know, going after fans, going after the entire fan base. They're just really laying into us, you know. It's, you know, I don't know why. I personally don't think there's any difference. There's no difference from someone who's a fan of MLP to somebody who's a fan of Pokemon. It's no different, and it's just irritating, really, when you come across these people that just want to outright throw hatred at a fan base. But yeah, it is backwards thinking, Zero Bunny. I fully agree on that statement. It's very backwards thinking.
All I have to say is just enjoy what you enjoy. Don't let anybody put you down. Don't let anybody, these keyboard warrior wanker people, don't let any of those people put you down. Don't let them make you feel you are, you know, useless or weird or anything of that nature. Just embrace who you are. Embrace the stuff that you enjoy. You know, it's something that's special to you. So take it, embrace it.
Ginger, they're the obstacles in our lives. Yeah, they are. In a lot of ways. They are. I mean, it's interesting. There's been several documentaries about the Brony fan base over the years. I mean, obviously, there's been documentaries that have actually been done by Hasbro featuring the actual voice actors, and they're really good documentaries. And then there has been documentaries into the fan base through various other media outlets. I've never seen one that was negative. I've never seen one that was portraying us in a negative light ever. If there is one thing I really feel like I need to say on here, guys, and this isn't negative in any way, this is just an observation from my part. I always felt like the early years of the fan base was very different from how it is now. If you look at any of the footage from like BronyCon, which I regret never going to, when BronyCon first started, it was a very strong community. You really got the sense of how strong the fan base was and how big the community was, and just how everybody clicked and really got on. And so, some of the stuff that the fans did for each other in the early days was amazing. Like two of the most heartfelt things I heard about from the Brony fan base that really put it into perspective were just acts of pure human kindness. I forget his name, but there was a Brony YouTuber who announced one day that sadly he had been diagnosed with cancer, and there was a mass effort from the Brony fan base to raise money to fund his treatment and to basically fund other stuff for him when he was recovering. And he did a video where he was just absolutely in tears because of how much support he'd got from complete strangers that he'd never met, even from the voice actors of the show, all over because of the fan base. And, you know, he got a lot of help, and he got through the cancer and he recovered, all thanks to the fan base supporting him. And then another example is Tara Strong, who actually visited a terminally ill girl who was a big fan of Twilight Sparkle and a big fan of MLP. And if I remember rightly, Tara Strong spent like the last few days of this girl's life, Tara Strong spent with her. And she was there when she died. And there is a very famous interview with Tara Strong where she's talking about that. And that actually got turned into a fan animation all about it. So to say that the Brony fan base is a bunch of weirdos is wrong. It's a bunch of people who are more human than the vast majority of people you'll encounter on the street. You know, there are people in this fan base that have done amazing things for people and have really reached out to people in their darkest times. And if you're going to judge that person because they watch a show about talking musical ponies, then you're backwards thinking. You really are. Because if somebody can set up a funding thing for a cancer sufferer, and if they can get them through their cancer, and if they can give them the treatment they need, then that person is a better human being than the critics, you know. And it says so much about the fan base. It really does. It really, really does. And as Nosy can comprehend, the Transformers fan base, you know, me and you have been Transformers fans. It's the same thing. Some of the stuff that we've done, that we've supported through the Transformers fan base, is incredible. It really says how being a fan of something, it doesn't make you weird. It doesn't make you a freak. It makes you part of a family. And you know, the conventions me and Nosy have been to over the years, you see that in the people. You see that in the people that go there, that, you know, to them, this convention is a second home. And I'm really looking forward to going back to cons next year. I really am. I'm looking forward to seeing all my mates again, all my convention mates. Strict parents. If I may ask, Ginger, are you referring to yourself, or are you referring to the backwards thinkers and haters, if I may ask?
Thanks for joining us, Ginger. He says he's got to go as well. Thanks for joining us.
Zero Bunny, definitely. I only joined in 2015. Probably wish I could have been a part of it in the early years. Well, just bye to Ginger. Thank you for watching, mate. And we'll talk again next time. Yeah. Just for Zero Bunny, yeah, I agree. I actually do wish I joined the fan base in the early years as well. I joined roughly 2015. Bye, Ginger, mate. Take care, mate. We'll see you again.
Bye, Ginger.
Yeah, I joined roughly 2014. Just when season 4 started, and I kind of regret it, in a sense, because there was so much stuff happening within the fan base in the first 2 years. Like 2012 especially was a big year for the fan base, and I do kind of regret not being part of that. I really do. I really do.
I regret not being able to experience a BronyCon.
Yeah. I mean, I have, but only once, and as I say...
No, I mean... BronyCon.
BronyCon. Yeah, I regret not going to BronyCon as well, mate. I really regret never going. It just looked, from what I understand, it was a really, really good con, and really strong connection with the fan base.
Yeah,
I do know there's a small group of bronies that have been going back to the convention center every year since it ended, just to meet up. But yeah, I do regret never going to BronyCon. Right. So we're well, it's been 4 hours, so if you're all right, Zero Bunny Nosy, I do want to sort of wrap this up now. And we'll, as I say, we will have another live stream next weekend.
No.
But you know, thank you to every single person that's taken part, that's chatted. Really enjoyed it again. Thanks to everybody.
Thanks for putting up with me.
Yeah. Nosy, Zero Bunny, anything last thoughts of the night? Anything to say before we log off for the evening?
I just echo what Sam said. Really, just thank you to Ginger, thank you to Zero Bunny, and who else was it that was in the chat? Let me just check your Special Agent Oso. I think that's how you pronounce that. was another one, wasn't they? Is it Ian? Yeah, Ian Landers. So thank you very much to everybody that joined us in the chat. Thank you very much for sticking with us for the past 3 or 4 hours of stream. So everyone that's been here since the beginning, thank you very much. And
Indeed, thank you.
it's been an interesting stream, talking about ponies, talking about pretty much everything this evening. So thank you very much. So hopefully we'll be back soon with another one.
Aye, and keep an eye out on the channel because no doubt we'll be posting more G5 info. Once the trailer's out, we will no doubt do a video on that. So anyway, thanks very much, everybody. Have a really great night. And yeah, and Nosy, do me a favour, mate. Stay on for 5 minutes. Audio, I need to have a chat with you. But anyway, so thanks very much. Bye-bye to all. Bye, Zero Bunny. And thanks for watching. Thanks for talking. We'll see you all next week. Bye-bye.
I'm scared. He wants to have a word with me. Oh. Bye.